An ancient threat stirs beyond the edge of what is known. Candela calls upon the Crimson Mirror to delve into long-buried machinations from Oldfaire's sordid past. A long-forgotten power crawling towards its destined ascendancy. Our investigators must plunge into the void, with only each other to light the way. As to what they will face beyond the darkness that lies beneath, not even Candela knows. We must hold our light to the darkness when there is nothing left but despair, and all hope is lost. The Circle of the Crimson Mirror, assignment number 4822, Into the Abyss.
This episode of Candela Obscura is sponsored by our new partner, Aura, intelligent digital safety for the whole family. In today's connected world, your digital security is more important than ever. That's where Aura comes in, the all-in-one platform designed to protect you and your family online. With Aura, you'll have access to powerful features like identity theft protection, malware scanning, VPN services, and more. To learn more, please visit aura.com/Candela Obscura. Additional information about Aura will be provided during the break. The Candela Obscura Core Rulebook has arrived and is ready for you to dive into. Visit darringtonpress.com/Candela to learn more.
As if through the thinnest membrane of flesh and blood, a sky burns in a deep and vibrant vermilion. Sun hanging low, pregnant with its radiating heat. Over a city vast and proud. Grand arches looming above its gleaming roads. An aging man with stretched, sallow skin stands atop a high peak, far above the walls of this mighty place. With a frenzied eye, he calls, in a strange tongue, flecks of spittle flying from his mouth. A staff in one gaunt and jaundiced hand, and pointing towards the lands outside the city gates with the other. Legions of war gather in those hills, spear and blade at the ready. Thousands, hungry for destruction. The old man bellows. Your vision within this scarlet haze carries you up, above this man, higher than the crow flies. You see the masses gathered, like ants before you. So many, so insignificant. Your world is crimson. You dive from aloft and soar above these armies of men and women, opening to them and delivering their doom. Fearsome warriors choke and scrabble in the dust, eyes running with blood, hearts and lungs melting like rotten milk into the earth. Mere moments. A massacre of unthinkable scale. And yet, not sated. The city lies behind us. Those walls would crumble so easily. The mewling parasites within fall and fade. More. But an aging, maddened voice echoes down from above, impossibly loud. Sharp words, deep meaning. And the culling halts. A tethering of power we have never known. We that are misery, that know no fear. We are bound, smothered. The sky of blood turns to a numbing dark. Malcolm, you wake from a troubled night of sleep. Again, sitting up in a sweat in a darkened bedroom tucked in one of the endless corners of the Fourth Pharaohs. You sit on the edge of your bed, breathing fast, staring at your own troubled reflection in the dark glass of a mirror in the room. The details of your dream quickly fade from consciousness. In minutes, all that remains is a queasy foreboding in your gut. You have been increasingly on edge, Malcolm, in a way you're not accustomed to. And standing at the mirror, you can't help but notice that the whites of your eyes are looking a little bloodshot. Exhaustion? You're definitely feeling the weight of all this. Candela's business. And your family's. Tell me, as you stare down at your own hands, one flesh and bone, and the other mechanical, what is running through your mind?
I haven't really had it ever since that we entered or were thrown into the Fourth Pharaohs. I haven't rested at all. I wouldn't even call it rest. I would call it moments of blankness, questions. Is my family involved with what transpired at that auction? Why was my older brother there? What transpired with Edgar, seeing Grimoria almost beaten down to death, barely escaping with our lives, and then all of a sudden we have a secret sect that appeared. Who are they? What is their purpose? Could I have done more to protect the people in my care, which would be my teammates? Could we have done things differently? Because everyone's been affected by this. I don't see where this ends. It seems like the longer I am with Candela, the more questions I have, the more ingrained I feel I become with just uncertainty.
Your eyes burn a bit. You raise a hand, rub at them. This has been creeping up in the last few days. You chalk it up to exhaustion at first, but it's hard to wonder if it's not more. Luckily for you all, you walked away with your lives. And after handing over the chest, Candela has been able to verify that the remains of Atia Griffia in their entirety have been accounted for, finally, and are now sealed away under the protections the Pharos provides. Your lives back in New Fair. Well, we'll come back to that. The first few days here were bad. Grimoria, your exposure and entwinement with the echoes of Atia Griffia left you bedridden your first few days here in the Fourth Pharos, giving you nothing but time to think. Your mind awash in the ripples of all that you've survived. The masquerade, the church, the final moments of one of the most powerful alchemists in Oldfaire civilization. Your mother's charred remains in the ruins of West Eklund. In those first 48 hours of recovering, how do we find you, Grimoria?
Well, I think her conscious mind is looking for answers. Part of the reason Grimoria found herself wanting to be involved with Candela Obscura is because she didn't know what to do with the souls after she was done with them. What happens to them? She didn't make Atia a promise, but she said to her, I can help you. We can help you. And, her remains are locked away, but did they really help her? Did they work to give her soul any rest or peace? She doesn't know. And I think that causes a lot of distress because on the one hand, she's learned so much. She's had so many more experiences in the last few days than she's had a pretty eventful life, but she's learned a lot in the last few days, and yet not really anything towards her original goal of finding a way to give peace to these souls that she encounters. So I think that's what she's been grappling with in her waking mind. And I think in her unconscious, sort of like in and out drifting, has been having a lot of flashbacks to her origin story and also how she discovered her gift. And I think that her new scar is manifesting in that way. It's not just voices anymore. Now she's having full flashbacks, things that maybe little details she'd forgotten over time are now sort of rushing back without any warning or ceremony, and it's all sort of becoming untenable, too much.
And what a bizarre accident or twist of fate that the Fogs, who you've come to learn are at the bottom of the pecking order in the Red Hand. led you to your gift.
Yeah.
Planting a ring on your finger. A farm girl.
Yeah. I think she just has less answers than she started with, which is pretty tough. Maybe that's just part of growing up. But I think she really can't shake the feeling of fear that Atia must have felt, but also the directive that she got from her, which is, the player can't really remember your exact words, but I think it was something like, destroy him, or talking about, I don't know if she was talking about the priest or the father or religion.
That boy said to end his legacy.
And his legacy, right. And so she's like, who am I? How can I do that if I can't even forget this soul, but any soul she encounters, she can't help them in any way. She just sort of uses them. So I think she just feels totally unmoored and less sure about her gift and her contribution than she did when she started.
And yet not alone. In those stretches of time by yourself in this room in the Fourth Pharos, the whispering never ceases. At times it's more pronounced than others. But all those souls, restless.
And I think there's a fear growing in her. Maybe she's always had this fear, but it's a real fear that one day, whether through this work or even worse, through her performances or her kind of Friday night shows that she puts on at the Fogg's house, she will encounter the soul of her mother or her father trapped somewhere. And what will they think of her?
It's easy to feel small in this very large world. Edgar, in these first days, your turmoil, bottled as best it can be, you've spent your time tending to your colleagues. Your waking hours are spent with Dr. Aguilar, tending to Grimoria and Leo, conferring with Malcolm, and using what private moments you've allowed yourself to puzzle over an ID you've pulled from a wallet from the man you bricked in the Shrivine, as well as the magic channeling weapon you ripped from his hand. Eventually, stuck, you shared the wallet with Zora, your lightkeeper, in the hopes that Candela would see something that you could not. While you wait, tell me where your mind is in all this.
He is, stuck. He doesn't, the last 2 times we've gone out has ended in him taking a life when he didn't mean to. And he's not, he's never in the 18 years since his sister left. He's never heard that sound or seen that effect again. And then all of a sudden it pops up while we're dealing with something entirely different. And it's a weapon, or this is a weapon, and harnessing something that happened 18 years ago. And he doesn't know what to do with that information. And he had the person who might know in front of him and then killed him to save one of his colleagues. And he's trying to wrap his head around giving up everything he came here for to save someone's life who's not his family, who he's been looking for. And that's tearing him up, and he's not sleeping.
And whatever it was that happened all those years ago in the park that took your sister from you made no sense, was random. Like it fell from the sky.
Yeah.
It rended your life to pieces. And you spent 18 years picking those pieces back up, assembling them into a new life. At the hospital, helping as best you can. And now, all these years later, that same phenomenon somehow resurfaces and rips you open anew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leo Amicus, I fear you fared no better. A good bit worse. For those first few days, you were utterly unresponsive. Lost somewhere in the corridors of your own mind, still reliving the nightmare you've tried to put behind you ever since the Dawn Society came to a close. On that night of revelry when a party game ended in tragedy. When the curiously exquisite clockwork contraption your sister bought you for your birthday from some quixotic curio dealer began to toll its broken melody in a sham of a seance. Gripping the heart of every youth in that room with a terror that ended their lives, including your sister. As you slowly resurface from the fog here in the Faroes, what are those first conscious thoughts running through your mind?
Has it all been a dream? Am I waking up for the first time? Am I still with my family? Am I not crumbling yet? No. It just isn't fair. Not me, any of it, to anybody. It's just not fair. I can hear the sound so much. It's so much louder now. I can hear it over everything. And I see it again. The machine, I remember her face. I remember too much. When did I start crumbling? When do you stop growing and start crumbling? I don't trust myself. And it could be worse. I'll only put that on my tombstone at this point.
All of us in this life have so many desperate questions we ask. We're lucky if we find even a few answers. It doesn't seem fair often. But occasionally there are. And a few days later, you did know a little more than when you started here in the Faroes. Diving into Candela's files, Zora was able to ID our dead assailant. His wallet identified him as William Criswell, but Candela knows that to be a pseudonym. linked to a man by the name of Duncan Webb. Webb served under Halen Special Forces in the latter years of the war, and in recent years has been linked to Eons, the Esoteric Order of New Sciences, which, working for Candela, you know, is an organization looking to implement alchemical phenomenon into daily life, business, and beyond. The other detail of note that's worth mentioning is one that, Malcolm, you yourself recognize, examining the weapon Webb carried, this glove. Aside from the 2 lines of alchemic sigilry running along the contours of this gauntlet, when you peel back a flat bit of metal paneling on the back of it, you find a line of extremely small print etched into that metal. The letters TR, followed by a familiar pattern of numbers. You recognize it. A string of digits used as a numbering convention in your family's munitions factories. The effects on those killed in that church were unmistakably close to what killed your troop in West Eklund. And while maybe farther removed, it was also reminiscent of your sister's death all those years ago, Edgar, in the midst of a string of disappearances in Regent Park. The war ended 3 years ago, brought to a halt by an unparalleled phenomenon that destroyed the entirety of West Eklund. On the west side of Newfair, where you lost your parents, where your unit was obliterated only months prior to the end of the war. But your sister was murdered by some version of this technology in 1889, 5 years before the conflict even began. The war machine was hard at work long before enemy troops set foot on Fairland's soil. And 3 years after the war's close, it looks to still be going strong. Your lives back in Newfair are upside down. Leo, at the very least, your father is pressing the family about you. Malcolm and Grimoria, you can only assume powerful people are actively looking for you now. Edgar might be the best off in this regard, but then again, who's to say someone from the hospital board wasn't in the crowd that night? You don't know. So, that is where we are as we wade back in tonight. On a brighter note, I think after last game, you four have persevered through enough adversity to have a little circle advancement. I would love to do a little game talk and know what small upgrade options you were choosing, what circle ability you are adding to your circle, deal with any scars that have been taken, and use the last of your circle resources before moving forward into our third chapter.
Shall I begin, or shall you begin?
Go.
Yeah, go for it.
For my advancement, I've taken 2 additional points of drives, and I have taken a, what else did I do? I took a new Gilded Die, which is a guild in the move category, Gilded Die and move. And as I believe for our circle our thing we all took together, we took stamina training. So,
which gives the circle 3 gilded dice at the beginning of every assignment.
yes.
They can just be pulled from one at a time as needed.
I also took a refresh and a train.
Okay. Grimoria?
For my advancements, I took and added 2 drive points in the nerve and intuition category, and I gilded my move, just like you. I also took the last stitch of the group and a refresh. And as far as my scars, I think I mentioned that, but I've now suffered another scar, a bleed scar, which is manifesting in the way of flashbacks of the death of her family. And I think with that scar, I also have to move one of my action points.
Yes, you
So
pull from one and give to
I
another.
pulled from my read. I would imagine that would be confusing, flashbacks and voices, and moved it to strike, because maybe she's become a little violent because of it.
Understandable. Grimoria is in the lead with scars now, with 2 scars. The only member with 2 scars.
It's so hardcore.
She'd get a tattoo if it wasn't 1900 whatever.
Do it with a knife.
Yeah.
All right, Malcolm.
I chose to wield myself 2 additional drive, one for cunning and one on nerve. I also gave myself another action point for read, because I figure we're gonna be doing some investigation, and yep, that's what I chose to do for myself. I think that's gonna be adequate. We hope.
And Mr. Amicus.
Well, for my upgrade, I suppose I gave myself a action point in move, and I gilded it because I think I'm learning that running is a better option in general. I imagine I'm getting a little better at it. As for scars, I did take a scar last game, and it is my...
You're tied then, because you started with a scar.
We're at 2 each.
right.
I misspoke.
No.
The effect that long periods of silence had on me, where I would start to hear the box again. Now it doesn't really need the silence anymore, and it has begun to manifest visually on occasion. I'm starting to clearly, at the end of last game, it became very apparent the sort of things that can happen now, especially since I was not prepared for it. So I have lost a point of read, because spotting lies is now a bit harder, and I put it into focus because I'm attempting to compensate by keeping track of my reality and attempting to maintain a sense of my surroundings and what is real and what is not. Yeah.
Isn't it funny that someone who is struggling can be so stabilizing to those around them?
And then taking a refresh in a train.
Okay.
That's my joke.
Well, before the choo-choo leaves the station, I'd like to open this up a little bit and ask if there is anything that any of the 4 of you have been dying to do or discuss. Any threads you specifically want to pull?
I think seeing my brother kind of force things back into perspective. Malcolm's always been, just to give some side story to our audience. My family was basically not very loving. I think I talked about that before. Mm-hmm. The men on the side tend to go into the military aspects of the family, as the women tend to take care of the business side of the family. And so we're one of the oldest families in Newfair, and we've been ingrained, I believe, since the founding of it. So we've established ourselves pretty significantly. And the way that we deal with maintaining our power is kind of like a monarchy, where we marry other families of equal power or greater, and we kind of consolidate that and we kind of expand upon it. One of those is being kind of ingrained with the periphery and the as well as the primacy. My dad holding power in the parliament, as well as having some sort of associations with the eons as well. Maybe possibly selling weapons to them, possibly investigating, possibly advancing R&D. I have no idea, because I've been excommunicado from the family. because I did not wish to follow along that path.
Well, you have somewhat better of an idea.
But I have a better idea now that I figured out that part of our equipment was within the ascendancy. So now that's kind of nagging at me, and my brother being there and kind of absconding rather quickly before this went down is also on my head as well. He ran away pretty quickly from the party, or maybe he ran somewhere else. I have no idea, but I'm also thinking about that too. And I want to know what he has to do involved, but I'm more focused on what my father, because my father's been the one who's always pulled from the shadows, and what he's gotten my older brother involved into. Or maybe does he know? This is what's on my mind.
Okay. Well, the night at the masquerade, things did go very, very south, and the Red Hand is a lethal opponent. But we still have access to Leo's apartment via the Fourth Pharaohs. So would you seek out your father?
Just like Leo, I haven't thought about even glimpsing my father, because why battle with a hungry tiger when you know you're going to get eaten, especially if you haven't seen him or you left in disgrace. So I don't know if me appearing in front of him would be the easiest scenario. I don't know if I should ease into that or if I should just investigate from the shadows. I know my sister and my mother, even though they'll never admit it, have a soft spot for me. So I don't know if I would ever maybe try to go around their route in a secret way, try to contact them and ask for something. I haven't spoken to them for, I would say, 2 years, or even seen them in 2 years. We've the occasional notes that have been passed over that time, but really, if anyone's seen with me in the family, it will be questioned and it will not be good for them. So,
Well, you tell me, because we'll go there if you want to.
I want to send a message to my sister. Actually, I want to send a message to my mother.
Mm-hmm.
I want to question, I want to be very vague, and I want to establish a meeting place we could potentially, meet.
It's as easy as that. Using Leo's apartment as a staging ground, a letter is sent off to your mother, yes? And 4 days after arriving at the Fourth Pharaohs, and mind you, you are feeling a burning in your eyes and now on the inside of your ear somewhat. Temper is just a little on the line in a way that you're not accustomed to. But so far, so good. That note is sent out, and you agree to meet in a corner of Regent Park in 24 hours. We will move to Regent Park, where as you wait on the agreed-upon park bench on the southeast corner, you see for the first time in a great long while your mother approaching from down the walk. She stops 200 feet away, looking at you from afar, and you can see her catching her breath and then picking up her pace again and walking your way. She sits down next to you and stares out at the green here in this area. You look like you're not taking care of yourself.
Mother. Of course, the first thing you would notice would be my appearance. How are you?
Well, we're keeping on. Keeping the ship steered right.
And how is Father?
Curious. As am I. Perhaps you'd like to explain the other night?
Before I explain that, Mother, I ran into Desmond, as you know. I'm pretty sure he's...
Oh, I'm well aware.
Before I explain, what is our dealings with this auction? And I know just you being here is a dangerous thing for you, so I appreciate you. And of course, I don't need to express our need for to keep this quiet, so to speak.
Your brother was making an investment that night. An investment that has gone up in smoke. I don't suppose you know anything about that, do you?
Well, all I know is that there was some sort of unexplained phenomena that took place. And a life was lost. And that I think is a little bit more complicated than you're letting on in an investment. I think multiple people might be interested in the family's investment. Something interesting did happen, though. I did see battle. And I had a piece of equipment fall into my hands. Equipment that was manufactured from our R&D, our family R&D, from the source. Would you happen to have any insight into that?
Come back in, Malcolm.
I can't come back in, Mother.
Well, I am not going to talk to you about this unless you
Mother,
come
I
back
would
in.
disrupt the entire family if I came back in. You know that. Father would never allow it. Desmond would never allow it. Only Adonia and you have ever had my back. And if that, a minute fraction of what I need to survive in that family. No. No, I'm better by myself. I'm better alone. I'm better in the shadows. You know that.
If you don't come in, I cannot keep them off your back. And with the mess you are in right now, son, come back in.
But Mother, what will happen when I come back in? How can you guarantee my safety? Can you guarantee my safety if I come back in?
I can't guarantee it.
No.
Unless you come back in.
I need to stay in the shadows for a little bit, Mother. Now's not the time for that. I can't tell you exactly how I know, but this goes deep. And the phenomena that occurred, there's multiple fractions at play, and I think you know that, and I think Father knows that. Now, I don't know how he's involved, but I recognize the ascendancy and I recognize the hand. Now, maybe I can do something where I could scratch your back and you could scratch mine. Is there any information that I can give you that you might need, that you might not understand? Because I don't think Father knows the full picture. I don't think you know the full picture of what is transpiring here.
She turns to you and puts a hand on your cheek. Feel a thumb stroking your chin, your cheek. I'm going to give you 3 days to think about this. I'm serious. You'll only be safe if you come back in. I don't need another word right now. Think about it. Son, think. It will be good to have you at our side again. She gives you a light pat on the cheek and she stands. You know I always love you. Heartbreak aside. You've done our family so proud. Just wish you saw it.
I can't be what you expect me to be, Mother. Which is a machine. I'm a human being. I will protect other human beings. I am not interested in your power. I'm not interested in your might. And that will never change. No matter if I'm by your side or from in the shadows, I will always feel that way. I will never conform. You know this.
She just stares back at you, nods her head, holds your gaze. And you see her breath catch a little bit, and she turns and begins to walk away, back down the way she came. Back in the Fourth Pharaohs. Anyone else have any business to see to?
I'd like to check on... At some point during the time we're here, I'd like to have gone in after Leo's awake and coherent. I want to just be in, check on his hand and go in and see him. How are you feeling?
I think I'm feeling how you look.
Thanks. That sounds awful.
It is. How are you feeling?
Well, both you and Grimoria are awake again, so that's good news. Malcolm is doing his hero work. And I guess we all have to figure out what our next step is. How is your hand feeling? Or hands, I should say.
Oh, they feel better than they look. Oh, dear.
You definitely did a number on them.
Yes, old ghosts. Very old ghosts. Did I ever tell you? I know I told you a little bit.
What?
Oh. That was the room where I nearly died, and my... I hesitate to even call it my carelessness. I don't know. I don't feel, well... On a certain level, I know I'm not responsible, but I don't know how not to feel responsible for watching people die in such a horrible manner. It's, it doesn't go away.
No. I swear your sister.
My sister, and others. I try not to think about it. Honestly, everyone there.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. There were dozens of people at that party, quite a few. No one ever talks. Not one. Not a single bloody person has ever actually told anybody what happened there.
And this is why you don't exist in the same way you used to.
Between embarrassing my family and also them blaming me for my sister's death, which I was perfectly capable of doing on my own. I didn't need their help for that. We're not a very forgiving family. I suppose money does things to people I wouldn't know. I've never not had it. But, I'm lucky. Normally they just bury their indiscretions, not divorce them. I've been watching you. I watch everybody, but I've been watching you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saving everybody.
What else is a doctor for?
Thank you for... I know it hurt you. And I know it hurts you, what you've had to do. I know that face.
And you are a bad liar.
Yeah, I guess I am.
I know it doesn't help. But I am grateful.
I appreciate the appreciation.
Your sister. I know we've spoken a little bit about it, but much less than mine.
Yes. She's, that was her... I guess I'm going to take it as a way of saying goodbye. That thing, the item, the firearm I brought back. I don't know why or how, but it makes the same noise and causes the same effect as I heard the day she disappeared.
We found it
on those people.
in the place where
Yes.
everything happened to me.
These are, when she left, I don't remember it happening, but I guess she tried to hold on. And, there's 15 of them in total. And here, and here, and here, and all down. They, no one believes me, or believed me. I woke up on the steps of my house and was taken to the hospital with all these burns. Coincidentally, the same shape and size as my sister's hands. Everyone thought I was in shock. No one cared to come up with a rational explanation as to why I had a bunch of handprints all over me. I tried to explain what I saw. No one believed me. And that was 18 years ago. But it put me here eventually, thanks to Declan, who believed me for the first time. And now I just get to carry these around. And then I get to ruin the chance of me finding out who did it.
Well, clearly you're mad. It's a perfectly rational explanation for all of that.
I guess so.
Yeah, I woke up institutionalized.
Great.
Told a couple people and immediately learned that was a terrible idea. Mm-hmm. You deserve answers.
Oh,
It's not fair.
no. It's not.
It's good to say that out loud on occasion, I find, even if we know it.
Yeah, it's, I haven't talked about it in 18 years.
It's been 23 years since mine. The only person I've ever actually told the whole story to is the young one, Miss Memoria. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
She knows all my secrets. She could get me in such trouble.
Well, I guess it's a good thing she keeps getting hurt the worst, isn't it? If we lose her, then no one has her secrets.
That's very fair. But... quick, I will say, to the race to the inevitable.
See who gets there first.
It's a cold comfort to you both, learning that you have walked side by side for months, over a year. And you are so similar. You share so much in common and never knew until this moment. Hello, Grimoria.
I think panic is rising in her as I sit in the room by myself, and against better judgment, I scribble a note to the fogs. And I say, "Can I come home?"
Do you give a return address?
I put the coffee shop downstairs.
Got it.
And see.
So that message gets sent out to the fogs, and a day goes by and there's no response. On the second day, you visit Leo's in the endless well down below the coffee shop, and a message has been left for you. It simply says, "Where and when?"
From the fogs?
Mm-hmm.
I think I go upstairs to Leo. I don't think I don't understand the response. And the only person I can really talk it out with, who knows my whole story, is Leo.
Mm-hmm.
So I show it to you.
Dear. I don't think this was a wise move, dear.
I have nowhere else to go.
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And stay here for as long as you like.
I have to make a living.
Well, why don't we, and I'm well aware that every time this conversation happens, it never goes well. Why don't we just take a breather? Take a month. Find something else. Find anything else. Those people are going to... I find their message to you unsettling. I don't trust them. I trust them less now. They're not good people. You have so much time and so much potential into to let it break on those rocks over and over again is...
Yeah. It's difficult because they're the only parents, for better or worse, that I've had in the last few years. And I feel like I owe them something, but maybe I don't. I do think it's clear I'm not welcome back in the way that I'd like to be.
You have a sudden flash of a memory from when you were 8, sitting out on the porch in the sun, sitting in your mother's lap, your father waving a toy in front of you, and you laughing and laughing and never feeling more safe than in that moment. Your father could make you laugh. It passes.
It's funny because when I lost my parents, I was forced to grow up, and now I feel like I'm getting younger.
I promise you that feeling will go away.
Thank you for your hospitality, and I promise I won't stay long.
Stay literally as long as you like, and if you get tempted to go back to those terrible, terrible people, as somebody who was raised by terrible, terrible people, I understand the perverse need. You have something, though. You have real parents, even if they're gone, and you should think about what they would want for you.
I think they wouldn't recognize me if they saw me.
Well, that's what children do. I think they would be impressed, though.
Thank you.
What was his name? Felipe?
Yes.
Look at that. It's good to be remembered.
Yeah.
So, rest. I'll talk to Charlie to make sure we pay attention to see if they come snooping around.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience.
We've all been young. And you are well ahead of the curve, believe me.
If I might knock to come in from the Fourth Pharaohs.
Oh, it's crazy. All right. I'm looking into the mirror, walking back, and flinging it open with some drama.
Considering this is your home, I do like to knock before I enter.
This is why I know it's crazy, Uncle Edgar. Come on in.
You make it difficult to find you when I need to do your checkups.
Sorry. I feel okay physically.
I'm sure you do.
She'll be staying here for the duration, so she'll be much easier to find.
How are you doing? How are you feeling after waking up? Now that you've had a little time to orient yourself.
Well, I feel physically fine.
Right. All the other things.
Well, not great, but I don't think any of us are doing that great.
I think I would drop in here that, Malcolm, you are returning from your visit with your mother in the park down the hall and are heard in here. And Malcolm joins you here in Leo's apartment.
Oh, I know that knock. That's a very heavy hand. Excuse me.
Jensen lady.
Uncle Malcolm.
How is the espionage going?
Oh, well, as swimmingly as possible. Grimoria, Edgar, did you make her cry?
No.
Yeah, that's what I do.
That was me.
All of you, the three of you, can't help but note the bloodshot appearance of especially Malcolm's left eye, but both, really.
Now that I have you all here, may as well do all the checkups at once. How are you feeling?
No, I'm a little run down, Edgar.
Really?
Yes.
Any new sensations, side effects, things with the eyes or the breathing or the lungs or anything that could have been infused with said powder that was blown in your face?
It's over that fucking powder.
Right.
I just keep thinking about it. I have the worst pain in my left eye right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a sample of the powder?
If I remember correctly, you did have a bag of it.
I may have gotten rid of that
I
pad.
think it was handed over at the Fourth Pharaohs and it was examined, yes.
We do.
Burning in my head, and this... First I thought maybe I was coming down with something, or maybe it was the seasons or what have you, but it's intensifying.
Well, you are in luck. I can't help you.
No.
It's not the kind of doctor I am. But I'm sure someone in the Fourth Pharaohs can assist.
Oh.
And I will do my best to help any way I can.
Joy.
But I have no idea what's going on with you. I have no idea what's going on with you. Or as much as I would like to. I have no idea what's going on with me or you. And now, what are we going to do? Is the bigger question.
I'm deeply worried now. The doctor has gotten snarky. I'm going to go make some lunch for everybody. Excuse me. Figure it out, you all.
I can do for a glass of scarlet, that's for damn sure.
Done and done.
That will help everything.
After this string of difficult days, grappling with your situations, and yourselves. You made me tear up, Taliesin Jaffe.
Just so you know, I don't need roleplay for this, but I'm just securing my asset. I talked to my solicitor. I'm making sure that I have extra layers of protection. And if my parents decide to get snippy, I'm just moving everything deeper into a fucking web.
Right. Shuffling things around.
There we are.
A moment does come where each of you in your reflection are brought word that Zora wishes to gather. An older gentleman, Khan, with a waxed and manicured beard, finds each of you one by one within the Fourth Pharaohs. He's wearing a suit and a dark red fez on his head, and he gathers you all and quietly leads you down hallways you're not certain that you have traveled here before. Until that is, he takes a turn up an alcoved set of stairs that deposits you for the first time in the seemingly endless vault of the Fourth Pharaohs. You gaze on rows and rows of cages stretching out before you like unending bookshelves in some impossible library. Endless aisles storing, as Khan tells you, every dangerous phenomenon Candela has ever secured for centuries. And high above it all, a massive astrolabe, the devices that keep the Fourth Pharaoh safe and still within the flare. A gigantic one gleams down over the entirety of this vault, spinning in a perpetual rotation that maintains everything you see before you. Leo, you hear the hum of it. Massive bands of metal spinning, ticking away ceaselessly. Bigger than any clock you've ever seen. The guide says, "This way, please. Down this aisle." You begin to walk down one long path between rows and rows of cages, and as you get between them, you see sort of a gold to yellow shimmer on the bars. You pass by one cage. Some of them have objects in them, but some have people. One has what looks like an overgrown tree inside of it with roots and branches wrapping around the bars of it, and you see what looks like a man with a complexion the same texture and color as the wood. Melded into it, and you hear as he turns and watches you pass. A little further down is a cage with glass lining the inside of it. And Grimoire, when you get close, a little girl, about 12-year-old, swims up to the glass. With her face pressed, she wears a dress, soggy wet. And she spins around to put her back there, but another face appears and stares at you. And rolls in another, and rolls. Almost like when you go to the zoo and some of the sea life plays with the kids watching, and she just traces her way, or their way, along the glass until you walk on. You see a not human severed head resting on a pillow on a small wooden table at the center of one cage. And its eyes just follow you as you walk by. Eventually, he leads you down where you take a left, passing through multiple rows of these aisles, and you pass through an archway on the outer edges of the vault and descend down a new set of stairs into a new hallway. And eventually he points to a door in the distance which looks almost completely upside down to you in this skewed twist that happens so often in the Fourth Pharaohs. But as you progress, the hallway just seems to shift into, or maybe it's you that shifts in place. And you find yourself standing outside of a single door with Khan in his fez, outstretching his hand.
I don't think I'm ever going to get used to the way this place works.
You open the door and find Zora in a small but warmly lit room, sitting in a comfortable red love seat next to a low table set for tea. There's a desk off to the side, a few stacks of files spread out a bit on it. In one corner, a violin rests on a table, and a huge book lies open, set on an ornate lectern for easy reference. You notice immediately the unmistakable shine of tears in Zora's eyes as she glances at you all and gestures for you to sit. I'm so sorry. Do sit, please. I had them bring in some tea. Sit.
Is everything all right?
What's wrong, Zora?
How's Declan?
Her eyes well up immediately. Well, you see, Declan passed away in the night. He was stable for a while, but things started to decline. He was not alone when he went. Dr. Aguilar was there, Edgar. Aguilar's not certain what happened, really. We've never seen anything like this. She just sort of stops herself and hangs on you, Malcolm.
You don't even have to say it. I know this is going.
We have, as I told you, we've been waiting for Declan's circle to return from their work. And they haven't. They were a few days behind schedule that day you arrived on Serenity. I was anxious at the time. Now, we fear the worst. I don't know if it's connected or not, but...
Where were they supposed to be?
Honestly, with all you have laden on your shoulders already, I hate even troubling you with any of this.
Well, I'm out of a job now, so...
No, Zora. You know we're all family, and we're going to do what we need to do.
It has been a spell of weeks, I'll tell you. Like everything is coming undone. Declan's circle, since you ask. The circle of the worm. Let me back up, I suppose. For decades now, Candela has been chasing a myth, or a fairy tale, depending on your point of view. Incidental references that have been found in a few disparate texts about some sort of an ancient Oldfaire vault dating back before the fall of the Empire, possibly built by Emperor Calanus at the time. Emperor Calanus, a name that has come up at this table before. Emperor Calanus, a name known to anyone who studies any level of history of this place, of Oldfaire. The last reigning emperor before the end. Before the ocean sundered 2 millennia ago. Housing things of terrible power. Say, these disparate mentions. Texts are scarce, but there has been a concern within Candela for a great while that it was real. And if real, that someone with ill intent would one day find it. And that finally happened. Fortunately, it was Candela Obscura that discovered it. And for a little over a year, the Circle of the Worm has slowly been sifting through that place. A handful of dangerous objects have already been extracted and are here now, contained. Declan and his circle were making regular trips into the depths for this purpose, always reporting back within set time frames. Dependably so. Until now. Dear, I fear they're either trapped or worse. I hate myself for proposing this. But I know it is difficult for you all to walk through the streets of Newfair right now. There are too many unknowns, and it is too dangerous. But perhaps you can still fill a purpose. She takes a deep breath, finding the will to continue. Your new assignment is to find the Circle of the Worm. Rescue them if they are able to be rescued, and short of that, figure out what happened to Declan. And you, dear. Right. Logistics. I'm sorry. None of you have said a word. Where are your heads at?
I didn't really study much history, but I'm assuming that this vault is somewhere deep in... Where?
Well, yes, it is quite deep in Oldfaire. However, we've done a good deal to mark the way there, and the Circle of the Worm has been traveling there for over a year.
Via ship?
I'm sorry?
Via ocean ship?
You know, all of you know, that Oldfaire, the ancient city that Newfair is built upon the bones of, is down below the modern city streets.
Right. Okay.
So it means, and again, I know we're all players joining for the first time, but as the Circle of the Crimson Mirror, you guys actually have
been there.
Been in a little. It's not really your circle's specialty. It's not purview, correct. You've been more about dealing with issues topside.
Okay.
And investigations of phenomenon in and out of the city. Your Lightkeeper, sometimes members of circles do move from one to another, like Declan, for different reasons. But a Lightkeeper will have any number of circles going at once.
And do we know, have you mentioned why Declan broke apart from the Circle of the Worm? Or was he on a sort of sabbatical, or we just don't know how he got separated?
What she told you originally, when you were on the ship at sea, was that he came back from assignment. She was very thin on details then, but said that he had come back from assignment and was a little haggard and was looking just for some time off or away and rekindling or reconnecting with his family.
Now it makes sense, though. Why he would have time, especially if he was infected with whatever's infecting me.
Well, I do have a question in that when you did send us to Serenity, you stated that he... Yeah, forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, but he didn't come back. He just left a note for you saying he was going to visit his family.
Yes, and I didn't think anything of it.
Right. But he never actually, or at least no one saw him come back to the Fourth Pharaohs.
Well, no, he did, and I was getting to that. I'm not sending you down there blind. You see, a single member of that circle is actually accounted for. Working at Briarbank College, the last month. Her name is Alessandra Gregory, Professor Alessandra Gregory. She's a historian there. For the last month, she's been split off from the group doing research related to their work in Briarbank, the antiquarian here in the halls of the Pharaohs. And she did see him briefly before he set out for Serenity.
Is there a way that I can actually talk to this woman? I have a suspicion, well, I'm pretty certain that whatever Declan had, when we got to him, it was infecting him. I'm pretty sure he was infected by the time he came and visited the Fourth Pharaohs.
How do you know that?
Well, he came from below with the Circle of the Worm, and I'm assuming what he had...
What he had seemed... If... There are a lot of assumptions in this.
Well, I was blown in the face with a white substance, white substance that he was covered in. He had a translucent growth on his face. Now, I'm not sure, this is a hypothesis, but I'm pretty sure that's all connected. The dust that was blown in his face, the dust that was attempted to blow in other people's face, and what was blown in my face.
Candela and Aguilar, Dr. Aguilar, have confirmed that the growth on his face and the sort of pulverized powder that was thrown in your face, blown in your face, they do share the same composition.
Yes.
They're just in a different form.
Mm.
Is there anything of Declan's, a personal item, I can maybe try to glean some information from?
Well, I am going to send you to Professor Gregory. She will act as your guide. She's been down countless times with Declan, like they all have. She is rightfully hesitant to make the trip on her own. It is always... it's never an easy thing to go down, but again, they have been there many times before. They have marked their own path. They go down and come back like clockwork. For over a year, they've been doing this. She goes over to her desk, though, and rifles around. And she finds, she comes over to you with a chain with a simple little medallion on it. And there is the image of a lighthouse on it. I gave this to Mr. Murphy when he was young, when we were in a circle together. And several years ago, he returned it to me with a very nice letter as a birthday present. Forgotten it existed, to be honest. It was just a trinket, but I've always held on to it. I've always been very fond of the boy.
It's really hard to lose people we love before their time. And is there anything Grimoria can kind of feel, anything spiritual or anything Declan would have, I don't know, imbued?
She presses it into your palm. Why don't you make a sense roll for me?
Great. That's a good roll.
3 dice.
That's a good one for me. 5.
5. You close your eyes and again, your work at the Fogs, 95% of the time it is fakery.
Yeah.
But every once in a while you hold something in your hand and are awash with feelings, with memories, with thought. And you begin to see Declan with people you don't know. Maybe in Hallow Harbor, certainly on docks somewhere, pointing off towards the sea and laughing with them.
Do I recognize the dock as a place I've been before? Or is it like the docks
It
of
looks
New
similar
Fair?
to the docks where you left from.
Well, don't really know what this means, but it seems like he was happy and looking forward to going home. I mean, I think I read that correctly. I could be wrong.
We do what we can with what we're given.
Until further evidence comes about, I just want to keep it in everybody's mind that the powder and what is affecting you and what affected Declan does not necessarily, or is not necessarily linked to this.
I mean,
We only experienced the powder and Declan's infection while on Serenity. We have no evidence that it was down there. Just playing devil's advocate.
he didn't seem sick on the dock where I just saw him, but
He did seem
did not. He
not
seemed
seem-
happy, laughing.
exactly my point.
Here's one thing. Sisters were all possessed. Killed their own mother.
Only on the island.
Only on the island, but they were strangely attached to that bag of powder. And then we saw those two atop with their animals. It seemed like we were surveyed by the whole town
On the island.
on the island. Now, maybe he found something, or maybe he was possessed when he went to the islands.
I don't think it's a possession. I think it's an effect of this powder.
Well, I use possession as a very loosely based, but this powder obviously causes some sort of change into your personality.
Right.
Right.
I'm just asking to keep an open mind that the powder might not necessarily be connected to his or his circle's
It
disappearance.
could have come directly from the island, but
Yes.
we should probably keep an eye out.
Yes,
for it.
absolutely. I'm just.
It could be either.
And I agree with you. I'm simply saying they were investigating Oldfaire, and then he took a break, and then he went back to his island. Wherein people in the island were under some sort of influence from whatever was there. We don't know, but his mother was killed by his sisters.
Please, I remember what happened.
He was in the cone covered with the substance.
Yes. No, that was.
Well, I think we
all
can
there.
ask Professor Gregory if they came
Yes,
across
exactly.
anything down there.
My fear is that whatever's going on, number one, I don't want to be affected by it. Number two, if we're going on this mission, I don't know how long I have, if I have any kind of time, if there's any progression going on, or if it's something secondary that we don't know about, but there's a lot of variables at play.
Yes, there are. I think. And I'm keenly aware of how wrong I was about the island. You don't have to remind me. But asking the good doctor when we meet her about the powder is exactly my point. Asking where or if she knows where it came from. If she's never heard about it, then it's a completely separate issue that we will still have to deal with because obviously you are affected and you are getting worse.
And she is ready for you whenever you are. I'm not sending you now, of course, but she's prepared to go and lead you.
I'm ready to go.
No, there's nothing on my plate. It's been such a delightful place to have a good little tea time at, by the way, I might add.
Declan's body,
Yes.
where's it going to be interred? Is he going to be in one of those delightful cages that we passed on the way in?
Oh, I don't even say such a thing.
No, I want to know.
I want to know.
You are correct, Mr. Amicus.
Makes sense.
How can we let him stay there?
Because he's dangerous, and we don't understand what it is.
Out of idle curiosity, how often does a circle member end up in that little menagerie?
Are they all circle members?
No. But it does happen.
I don't mean to.
The work is dangerous. And sometimes our members are touched. And I wasn't going to bring this up, but it isn't pretty. The body has undergone rapid decomposition in hours. I've never seen anything like it.
We're going to need to see it.
Yes.
You know we need to see it.
She stands and walks over to the shelves next to her desk and pulls out a drawer and pulls a sideways bottle of brown liquor out of it and walks back to the table and pours a little bit into her teacup. Standing, and then downs the tea. All right, well, now is the time then.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Of course I do, darling. Come. And you guys wind your way through the paths of the Fourth Pharos and arrive back to that same isolation room with a large round window sealing off Declan's body from your viewing. The sheet has been removed at this point, and Declan's body is just on a bare mattress on this bed. There aren't many features to look at. His head has caved in to a degree, crusted over with what looks like mottled white scabbing, and is sunken in almost like fruit left to rot for too many days. And you can see, Dr. Lycoris, that moves down the neck and into the chest, which is sunken in partially, not to the same degree there as well.
Is the effect and the decomposition located to areas that specifically would have been affected by inhaling a powder, i.e. the face, neck, and lungs?
Sure, make a focus roll.
I'm definitely not assisting.
Candela.
Yes.
It lives.
I love those rolls.
Yes, you can tell that it is, from the nature of it, it follows the line of the breathing passages in the nose,
And from there,
throat, and lungs.
checking extremities, fingers, toes, is any decomposition happening there other than, apart from normal?
There is some discoloration that travels beyond the worst of it, but it does seem to mostly be centered in those places.
Okay. Well, and I undo. I can't take a vial, and I'm going to take some scrapings.
Hold. And she leaves for a second and comes back with Dr. Aguilar, who comes into the mask on and an apron and carrying the same for you, and holds them out for you before entering.
Thank you. I suit up. You wouldn't. Please stay outside.
Dr. Aguilar just sort of stares at you. He looks at you after the to-do he made and looks at Murphy's ruin and just sort of deflates a little bit and walks in with you.
I go in and collect some samples just so that I can look at them later and try and figure out something.
Okay.
Doctor, I'm sure you noticed the same thing I did, that it appears to be the decomposition is located directly to areas closest to the breathing passages and lungs.
Yes, he was stable for a week, and the vitals began to drop, and his breathing became cumbersome. In the middle of the night, they stopped outright, and I've never seen anything like it, like Horus.
Neither have I.
Days. This should take days for
Yes.
other comparable conditions.
Well, upon just this short glance I've had, my initial idea, or at least a place to start, is that this is possibly some sort of dried bleed-infused fungus that then, when blown into the nasal passages, coats the interior and then takes root and enhanced decomposition.
Yes, the little sachet of powder that you
Yes.
brought does seem to be almost like it was harvested
Yeah.
from Mr. Murphy or someone similar.
I don't know. It will have to be upon further inspection. Obviously, we have someone else we need to look out for.
I understand you may be going into Oldfaire.
Yes. We'll also try and ascertain whether or not the powder came from Oldfaire or from the island of Serenity, as we only encountered it on the island. Not sure if it came from Oldfaire.
Well, I wish you luck. We may all be carrying it at this point, I
Yes.
suppose.
It's possible. Don't know how much it dispersed into the atmosphere when it was blown into Mr. Trill's face.
Well,
Or how much is coming off the body.
best of luck.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank
Please
you for
be safe, all of you.
Thank you for watching out for him and watching over him when he passed.
That is our line of work.
Yes. And I'll exit the room.
Okay. I will slide us through Leo's apartment into the waking world unless anyone has it.
I do have one thing.
Do yeah?
As we leave and we're walking through the Fourth Pharaoh's leaving, I want to get your attention and have us hang back a little bit.
Okay.
A lot of things have happened to you in the last couple of weeks. I know you and Leo are very close, and you... I guess what I'm trying to say is that I may not show it as much, but I also care about you very much, and I want you to be safe.
Thank you.
I'm bringing this up for a reason. I know we all trust Malcolm, and he is part of our circle. I don't know the effects of this powder and what it might do to his mental state or to his decision-making. So when we go into Oldfaire, I need you to just have your eyes open.
Yes.
And I need you to not... If he starts acting irrationally, do not go near him.
Okay.
Because I don't know what he will do, considering the state we found Declan in. I don't know what effects precede that state.
I understand. Thank you.
So, just don't be in front this time.
I'll try not to be.
Thank you.
We can get this show on the road or what, guys? Let's
Yes.
do this.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Circle of the Crimson Mirror, you wind your way out of the Fourth Pharos and end up briefly back in Leo's flat. Not knowing what dangers lay in wait, the four of you hop into a carriage, a horse-drawn carriage, for the most anonymous path to the Varnish, the western part of the Varnish, which is where Zora has sent you guys. She's given you an address, 111 Waverly on the west side of the Varnish, along the Stentorian River. And eventually you guys stand in front of a brownstone building, somewhat run down in this section of the Varnish. It is midday, bright sun. You're just off of a main thoroughfare, and you can see hundreds of people going about their day on your way here and now off in the distance up the block. But you head up the stairs, business at hand, knock on the door, and you hear through it sound like footsteps coming down some stairs. And the door opens, and you see a woman standing before you in her early 40s, with sort of sandy blonde hair straight and pulled back into a very neat ponytail. And she's wearing sort of a tan jacket or coat that looks like it is durable and some darker colored slacks and boots that she's wearing. Hello. I'm Alessandra. I've been expecting you?
Yes.
No.
Leo Malcolm.
Grimoria, you must be, and that would make you Edgar.
Yes.
Well, come in. Come in. Let's not talk out here on the stoop. She closes the door behind you, and she begins to walk up a set of stairs, up this thin brownstone that looked like it was about 4 stories tall from the outside. It looked 4 stories tall from the outside, and you follow her up, and she leads you past a couple of doorways into an open sitting room or salon that is scattered with notes and scraps of paper, maps pinned to the wall, and charts. There are sketches on the wall of really well done of different objects or artifacts. There's one of a mask that is halfway between an oval and a triangle with large round eyes and lines going down that read like strange and pupils, no mouth, and little slits where the nose would be. There's another picture of sort of what almost looks like a snake, but it is really like a string of interconnected rhombic dodecahedrons, which are you might know as a D12, except these look larger, and it looks intricately carved in this drawing, and they trail out from behind a much larger spherical shape, and on the other end a knife is tied. It's very bizarre, the things on the wall, so they're the first that catch your eye. Come in, sorry, I know it's a mess.
It's fine.
It's always a mess. I'm a bit of a mess. Any word on Declan?
Oh.
Gone.
What?
Unfortunately,
Shit.
passed.
I'm
Gone.
No.
yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry that we were the ones to tell you. He passed last night.
Sacrificed upon the altar of the future, as we all might be in the next 24 hours. Sorry, the tea was very bitter.
I apologize that we're the ones telling you.
Will you excuse me a minute?
Yes.
Way to let her down slowly.
She leaves,
Ouch.
and you hear her walking just down to another room, and a door shut. You look around the room a little bit more in this sort of awkward silence while she's gone. There's tables of notes and bits of gear hanging around. A couple of lengths of rope in one corner, and like traveling packs, and sets of boots. There's also, you spot over in the corner something you haven't seen in over a year. You spot this green, worn leather journal that you recognize as Declan, sitting on a stack of papers.
Is it appropriate to, pick it up?
I mean, can you as a player pick it up?
Yes.
For sure, Cease.
I'd like to pick it up and maybe, well, first I think she would try to see if she could sense anything, again, this is what she does. Shall I try?
Sure.
Great. I think at first she's going to try to sense something on the spiritual realm. Candela on my gilded.
Candela.
Yes.
Damn
it, I should have did, yeah.
Gilded Candela.
Gilded
the best.
Candela.
Candela gold, baby.
Candela gold.
There we are.
You turn your back to the group and hold this journal in your hands and look down at all the notes on the table, and you can see they're in Declan's hand as well. And you squeeze it as tightly as you can in your hand. You want to know something so badly. And you're about to put it down, and you just feel an overwhelming presence. Not a memory. Just a notion. A gut feeling. Stay away. Stay away. And you hear Alessandra, Professor Gregory, coming back, and as you turn, holding the journal, a photograph falls out and lands on the ground, and you look down at your feet. And you see a picture of yourself, all of you, and Declan leaning against a truck in a grassy field with a farmhouse on a hill. in the distance behind it. You look very nervous in the photo. Very serious. Malcolm's leaning back against the truck. His eyes are closed and he's just sort of bathing in the sun. And Leo is side-eyeing him, and Declan is off to the side, just smiling at the lot of you.
Excuse me for looking through these things, Professor Gregory. Especially after giving you such terrible news in such a terrible way.
He was with you first.
Yes,
Yes.
I was just wondering, why do you have all of his things? Why do you have this journal?
We all practically lived here. We do, for different stretches of time.
I see.
I mean, there's a lot of some of his clothes are here.
I know that Zora mentioned that you saw him before he left for home, and I was just wondering what he seemed like, what his mindset was, and did he seem like himself?
He did. He was only in for about a half hour. I've not been with a group for 5 or 6 weeks. I have been trying to figure that out. And she points to a drawing of this large conch shell, a sketch, and there appears to be some sort of a gemstone or mineral crystal, like embedded near the small, tight end of it.
It's okay. We can just take a minute if we need to. We don't need to be so formal about this.
No. I mean, it's like we're distant family in a way.
Yeah.
No, he was only here for 20 or 30 minutes. And I was taking a break from the libraries.
How did it appear to you?
He was a little anxious, maybe, but really that's the worst I can say. We've been going down pretty deep into the city, the old city, for so long that we each take turns every once in a while. You're like, oh, it's Nestor's turn to take 2 weeks off, because it can be hard down there. Just the darkness. Yeah. Even just that. So he definitely seemed like he was in that frame of mind, but he's been there a few times. He's been there the fewest times, and he just said he was going to go home.
Yeah.
While she talks, I wonder if I will just look at the last entry of the journal, see when that was, and see if there's any good information in there.
Sure. On the very last page, he talks about how well he thinks things are going. He talks about he references something called the Talquist in it, and says he's glad that he didn't burn his hand worse than he did, and glad that it got back into the Pharos and accounted for. And he...
what's the date on that? Relative to when he...
Relative to now, it was maybe 4 weeks before Serenity.
Okay. Telquist. I don't know this because you're reading this, right?
I could maybe say that out loud, or what is a Talquist?
Oh, that. And she points to the thing that looks almost like a rosary bead of polyhedron shapes.
Okay.
With the knife?
Yeah.
Oof.
You found that down there?
We did. Our work. How much has Zora told you?
You found the vault, and you've been down there searching through it.
Yeah, another circle found the place. We've been tasked with making our way through it and clearing it out, so to speak. We've been down there for a year. We've gotten four things out, but that's because we take our time. It is, you don't run down there, You don't jump headlong into the Oldfaire, and we never want to just rush in and grab these things, which is what I'm for. That's why I spend so much time in the stacks. We like to know what we're picking up before we pick it up.
And the last thing you remember Mr. Murphy picking up, did it seem unusual? I mean, more than normal? Was he the only one who handled it, or?
Oh, no. I mean, I handled it.
Oh.
But you don't want to get blood on it.
Of course.
Because then it hurts. Anyway, not anymore. That's done. We've kind of had a really good track record. The work can be slow and the darkness gets to you, but we're good at what we do.
Well, obviously you didn't know he passed, but were you told what his condition was, what was afflicting him?
Yes, I knew that he was in a bad place. I just didn't know that the end had come.
Well, none of us did. It happened very rapidly. Did you, while you were down there, or did he find a small satchel of a powder-like substance? Or any bag or anything that was almost like a ground-up white, chunky chalk?
No.
Okay.
This is when I would ask for an insight check.
I was going to say I want to figure out whether she's
What's
telling
that?
the truth.
We read, I believe?
It's a read roll. Yeah.
I would love to take that.
Yeah,
roll.
you go for it.
Someone you can do a group read, or you can go your own ways.
I have a
He's got stuff.
I've got 2 in it and gilded.
the first cunning. Let's see. The first cunning you spend on the roll is worth 2d instead of 1d, so I get. Light sticker. When you make a read roll in an attempt to figure out whether a person is telling the truth, gild an additional die. The first cunning
Great.
you spend on the roll is worth plus 2d instead of plus 1.
So you get an extra.
So I have 1 point in read, so I get 2 gilded dice for this.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will give a drive to that because I'm also looking.
Oh, and then I'll also spend a drive on that as well,
Cool.
since I'm just going to get it back anyway.
Candela all around.
Oh, that's a Candela, yeah.
I saw that one from here, baby.
That's very much a Candela. Although I don't get my drive back. That's okay.
Leo, you are excellent at reading people. You can't mistake the earnestness on her face from the moment you walked in. And the real emotional impact your news hit her with. You believe it.
Well, you never even the item or the substance I'm addressing is, we believe, what caused Declan's unfortunate circumstances. And it was something we encountered when we visited him, or found him, more accurately, on where he grew up on Serenity, the island off the coast.
Zora has told me a little bit, and I've been waiting for the, and she waves you over and points to a photograph pinned to the wall amongst all of this stuff. And there's a photograph not too different from the one that you just discovered by accident, but you see Declan
Which
again.
I kept, by the way.
And I think she clocked it, but she doesn't mind. This time Declan's in the middle of it, and he's got his arms around Professor Gregory and another man in the picture with darker skin and a shock of white hair in like a long coat. And there's another man in the picture wearing sort of like has a bit of a Halen Navy look to him. He's wearing a pea coat, he has gloves on, and 2 other women. A woman with this dark black-haired bob cut. She's wearing a bomber jacket and boots and almost look like aviator pants. And then a very tall, very broad woman with, in this black and white photo, just the hair looks white, but she looks young, relatively young, and she's wearing like a shirt with the sleeves rolled up really high, and her arms are huge. That's us. That's your extended family.
May we have their names?
Yes, she points to, so that's me, obviously, and Declan. This other gentleman that Declan's got his arm around is Alonzo Whitlock. He's the closest thing we have to you, Gramoria, in the group. This man here is Nestor Ronquillo, and then the woman here in the bomber jacket, that's Marianne. Marianne DeWitt, and then Hilda's our muscle. Hilda Greenwald.
I couldn't tell.
Well, I'm worried about them too, and it's been
Sure.
a long time, and once, 7 or 8 months ago, some of the group were delayed for a while. They got stuck. There was a bit of a cave-in, but I was nervous, and now with him, Declan. I mean, in the Declan.
Yes. If at this point in time we have no evidence that what happened to Declan came from Oldfaire, so this is possible that this happened after he got to his home. It's unrelated circumstances to what if anything has occurred down there.
Yeah, knock on wood. I guess we're gonna find out.
Doesn't mean it didn't, but we just have no evidence.
Well,
Sorry.
I don't mean to rush anyone, but
No.
maybe we should get started looking for your missing team members.
Okay.
Do we have... Well, I assume you have supplies and ideas.
I do.
What sort of thing?
I do. I've made this trip 20 times. Just stick close to me. It really will be fine.
I apologize earlier for my briskness. I'm just, I think I'm a bit worn thin.
We've had a long couple of weeks.
I'm real sorry.
And uncharacteristically angry.
You okay?
Yes, I'm trying. Well, we can talk about it on the way. It's fine.
Okay. Well, it's not far. Come with me.
Before we leave, this is the college where my father works, right?
Say that again?
This is the college where my father works.
Briarbank.
Yes.
That she works at.
Yes.
Yes.
The same place. Okay,
Yes.
just wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have time to do a proper check-in, but my father works here in the same department.
We're not at Briarbank.
Oh, we're not.
She
at
was.
She was.
Yeah,
there.
we're in the
Okay.
Varnish.
Thank you. Sorry, I was
Briarbank
confused as to where we were.
is in Briar Green, and
right.
she has been spending time in Briar Green, and this is their chapter house. I
Thank
could
you.
have been clearer.
Then I will go past this. Then it's
Okay.
not important.
Okay. All right. Well, she grabs a bag, a satchel, and throws it over her shoulder and says, "All right, follow me."
Okay.
And she steps out of this operations room, is what it looks like, and heads down the stairs, with you all following. And instead of going out the front door, she hooks right and walks to the back of the brownstone and starts walking down another set of stairs. And she lights a lantern and walks into a darkened room below ground level under this brownstone. And before you, you see there are sacks and gear thrown around in here. All kinds of stuff, crates, and there you even see one box with 2 rifles in it and some ammunition. But the main feature of this room is that there is a massive, not massive is overstating it, there's a large pit in this room with scaffolding coming up and out. Malcolm, you just got led down into the basement of this place where there is a pit in the actual floor.
Thank God she had a lovely restroom.
Help yourself. Anyone else have to go before we set off? Because it's just going to be in the rubble. If not.
I understand.
Okay.
We can find a bush next time.
You get used to it.
Let's move on.
So there's this large hole lit now by a lantern down here, and there is metal scaffolding coming up out of the hole. Okay, so where we're going is actually not under here. It's further north west, but that's closer to groundswell and those entrances. And you guys know this. That is a spot where there's been a lot of sinkage over the years, and lots of Oldfaire ruins sort of poke up, and that is an easier way to get into Oldfaire. However, it's also highly regulated by the periphery and the primacy. So we use here because there's, during the war, this whole neighborhood kind of sank a bit. They think there was some structural damage underneath because of the shelling that happened by the river. Anyway, a lot of collapse, and now you can get in around here in not as many places, but this is one. So when I go down in and you follow me, just go step where I step, but I'm going to say it out loud just so we're clear. Do not go left, okay? Just follow me right. And she starts to climb down this metal scaffolding into the pit with the lantern sort of hooked on a little ring she has on her belt.
Are there any other lanterns up here that we can take?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. There's all kinds of to-go gear. This looks like their staging ground to go in.
I'll have grabbed a lantern.
I'll grab a lantern too.
Okay.
Same.
Okay.
Maybe I'll sneak the rifle too.
You want a rifle? Okay, so you loop a rifle around your back for sure. There's two.
Oh, I would love a rifle.
Okay.
I don't know what I'd use it for, but it's
Fire
a shame
bullets.
leaving it here.
I should make my rifle.
Yeah.
It's like crazy.
Yeah.
Anything else of value? I don't
There's
know.
rope. There are provisions. There's food that could be taken from here.
If there's like a backpack all loaded with food supplies.
Sure. There are 2 or 3 backpacks, and it's like staple food and stuff that can travel.
Yeah.
So she just waits patiently. Half of her body already disappeared down this pit.
Sorry.
No. Better prepared. Okay, ready?
Ready?
Yes.
Ready?
Don't go left.
Don't go
And
left.
she disappears down into the hole, and you watch as her lantern sort of illuminates down the darkness below her. And you can see sort of a line of stone beneath her, and she moves to the right, and you can see stone and void. And she moves over to the right, and you see her drop, and it takes a second to sort of process what you're seeing, but she just lands on ground maybe 6 or 7 feet below from where she dropped. Where I am, don't go left! And she sort of walks out of view. And you guys, one by one, move down the scaffolding. And with your lanterns, you can see that she has dropped onto the roof of some sort of building down here. And when you lean to the left and look down, you can't see ground. So you go right and drop down. And now all of you are on the stone rooftop of, and you can see like little glimmers of light in a few remote places off in the distance, not 2 places, but that doesn't help you over here. They just look like stars in the night almost. And you can see that you're on a rooftop that stretches out about 40 or 50 feet, and she leads you and says, come on, this way. And again, I've taken this route so many times, but best err on the side of quiet, okay?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
How do we get back up?
Oh, you can get back up. You just it's a pull. Oh,
It's fine. It's fine. As long as there's a way to get back up.
yeah, here.
I'll give you a boost. To the
Here.
ladder.
Thank you.
You have to stand on the lip of the roof. And be careful.
Yes.
Okay. She moves towards stone stairs that move down the side of the building, so off the roof and down. And you guys begin to wander down stone steps that head down this thousands of year old building, going down 2 flights, 3 flights, 4, 5, and you find yourself stepping out onto old stonework from the old world. And there is tons of rubble. Half of this building, maybe a third of this building is collapsed on one side, and you can just see, when you hold your lantern in that direction, what looks like the base of a mountain of rubble. And she points out and says, that's part of the damage from the war. So we're not going that way. Follow me. And and you start to move through the streets of Oldfaire. You see arches over your heads, both broken and occasionally one that's complete. Impressive old structures. The further you go, you start to see even shafts of light in the distance. And you travel for 10 or 20 minutes just stepping through. At one point, she pauses you guys, and she reaches into her pack and pulls out a little ball and cup toy. She puts her finger to her lips, and she walks over to what looks like a little, broken remains of a fountain, no water. And she sets the little ball of cup down on the stone. And then she just waves you on, and you guys pass on by. Of course, curious, you look back, and Grimoria, you see in the dark there now, as you carry your light sources away, you can just barely see what looks like a child standing in the darkness, completely covered in a dark line, wearing a simple shift. And you look back to the rest to say, do you see this? And they're gone. And the little ball and cup is gone. Alessandra sort of shrugs at you and moves on. We leave something every time we go by.
Nice.
That's damn right creepy.
Like all of this, you get used to it to a degree. Come with. You continue to travel, and you can only guess that you are moving under South Soffit, even.
Under
South Soffit, which is the area under the eaves, since you're moving northeast. And she says, we're getting closer to the point where groundswell starts. We don't have to go all the way in, but that's our target. Eventually you pass by, you see maybe 200 feet off a large surviving stone building, quite large, and all along one wall of it are carved eyes, open eyes placed at different spots. And you can only see it because there are rays of light coming down from holes in the earth to this place. At one point, you think you can hear the subway going far above your head. That is that was the seat of power. There, that building with the eyes. Iomene first, and then before the end, Calanus. She moves on, leading you forward. Maybe 30 or 40 minutes of this quiet march through Oldfaire. You walk out into this large brick square surrounded by a series of arches all around it. This looks like maybe some sort of massive meeting place or open square from the old world. And Professor Gregory just passes through, and all your little lanterns are just swinging in the dark as you go. And you realize, too, as you walk by, until the point where you got to this open square, you've been passing by these little metal spikes or rods in the ground with a little red smear across the top, similar to what you find on hiking trails.
Workers then, huh?
And she is, you can see, just sort of absent-mindedly noting them as she goes. And we get to this square, and she starts counting arches. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, follow me. And she starts heading in a certain direction and passes under an arch. And you go down this long, broad road with arches over it, and eventually get to this large maw of an opening in the city in front of you. And you stand at the top of a ledge. You hold your lanterns out, and she says, they call this the Endless Descent.
Why?
I'll show you.
Oh, no.
No thanks.
And she moves down the left she moves towards the left, down along the lip of this, what looks like the edge of a 30 or 40 foot drop to you, and you can see just barely the ground down there below. And she arrives at 2 more spikes that are splashed red with paint, dry now, but there's a rope ladder affixed to those, and she twists around and begins to climb down it.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Okay.
You begin to travel down the endless descent. 20-foot tall step by 20-foot tall step. Going down these rope ladders that the Circle of the Worm has left for their travels here. You get to the 6th stair and get to the bottom and look at the wall of that stair, and you see a strange, almost beehive pattern carved into this step. Did not look like that on steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but here, the entire height of it. And stepping closer, Leo, you see that the one you get near with your lantern, oh, actually the one next to it too, all of them have intricately carved cities of stone in them, like little miniature vistas, but not like, obviously not like Newfair, but not the architecture of Oldfaire either. Strange, alien to you. You've never seen anything quite like it, and you are a connoisseur of fashion and architecture and style, but you've never seen this. You hear a clicking in the distance. Everybody freezes, and Professor Gregory does hold up a hand. Just waves you all to cool it. A minute or two goes by. She nods her head, and you continue your descent. 10 of these stairs, 20 of them, 30 of them. You've been traveling down these stairs, because it is slow going, for 30 minutes. And you get to the 34th or 5th or 6th, and you find what looks like an abandoned encampment. There are tents pitched here, and they look like very old packs, and the tents are tied shut. And as you wave your lanterns in front of them, it causes shadow play along these tents. And the shadows, for a brief moment, don't move the way you would anticipate with the movement of your source of light. And the shadow spins around the tent and up the side of it, and you can see what looks like people inside, but silhouettes. And they look like they turn to each other and talk, and then recede into the base of the tent, into the shadow. It's okay. It's okay. Grimoria, the whispers in the back of your head pick up. A crowd speaking in your head right now. Stay with us, stay here, stay with us. Stay right here. No.
It's just all too much. I think she really feels the weight of like all the people left behind, all of the souls that are just aimless, not pinned down or maybe they are pinned down, but not at peace. It's just too much.
It also reminds you of those first hours after the event when you crawled out of your destroyed home at different places in town.
Yeah.
You saw people's silhouettes scorched into the side of walls.
Yeah.
Like shadows painted there forever.
Yeah. It's just so very overwhelming.
What are you sensing, Grimoria?
have nowhere to go. These souls, they're just stuck here. It's so depressing.
Almost Edgar-like. As if your sister had been pinned to one place. You begin to move towards the next rope ladder to climb down. There's a bit more gear and a crate, actually. Leo, as you pass away from the tents back towards the next means of climbing down, and you see a logo on one of the bags here that is a very old and outdated logo of the Steedwell Empire.
Oh. Wow.
Faded and dead.
I'd like to very gently get a little closer.
I'm gonna fall behind.
And take a look.
Sure. You've seen these in preserved and clean and kept well in the family home. Has a bit of a museum in it of some of their contributions to New Fair society over the years. And you've seen clothing and coats on mannequins. And here is one of your family's products from a past decade, just moldering in the dark.
I want to touch it. I don't think I...
You
I
hear
don't think I will, but I was hoping to maybe see, just a peek to see if perhaps it was open but not touch.
the bag.
Yeah, just...
Yeah. You reach your hand and your thumb runs down along the fabric of it, and you hear.
I jump back.
That sound follows you down the next rope ladder. And the next. 40 stairs. 50 stairs. 60. Eventually you reach the 72nd stair. And Alessandra gathers you all together. Are you all good? Do you need to take a break or rest? We're about halfway.
You said it was quick.
We're almost done with the stairs.
Yes, halfway to the vault, you mean, not necessarily.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We're going to be taking a shortcut.
If we were halfway down, we'd be reaching the center of the earth before.
Don't know. But you will want to see this. Come. Yes?
Is it appropriate? I pull out the bleed detector. Is it appropriate to use something like this down here, or does it become a problem?
I use those.
Okay.
So trust yours.
No. I thought you would appreciate the occasional checkup.
Oh, I love the checkup.
Always.
Always.
Do a quick bleed detect on
Love good.
It's faint.
But hold him.
It's faint, but it is there.
I'll keep checking.
Meaning you
How bad
are
is it?
reading a faint bit of bleed.
Just a touch. Just the slightest touch.
Do let me know if it gets any larger, will you?
I will. Also, I should add, what on earth am I going to do about it if it does?
Take this rifle off my back and do what you have to do.
Oh, if... I will be very impressed if I pull that off.
The next stair's a little different. She walks you over to the edge, and weirdly, you don't see a drop off. You do see the edge of stone, but you see leaves, the tops of trees poking up above the height of that step. And nonsensically, as you hold your lanterns out, you realize you're looking at the edge of a forest growing down here.
It's magnificent.
This is the Great Landing. Come on. She doesn't seem particularly perturbed. And she heads down the next rope ladder. This one stretches on. It does keep going down, although we've never gone further than here, down the stairs. We're going over that way. And she begins to lead you, her lantern moving between trees in a forest, somehow growing roots digging into stone, and you can see soil splitting up somehow, giving them purchase. She pushes through and goes much farther than the length of the stairs that you have visited prior and spent the last 1 to 2 hours descending. She moves all the way across it, moving through this wood down here, and comes up on a large crevice in the wall over here. Somehow this built wall, this stone wall, has broken, and there are cracks going down into the floor, and in fact, you can follow those cracks down under the trees. So as best we can figure, at some point, there was some sort of shift down here, and a break, and I said shortcut. We are going to be passing through what we think used to be solid. It's not anymore, but this isn't the actual entrance to this place. The actual entrance is way on the other side and also collapsed, so happy accident, but follow me.
Do we know what circle found this?
You would have to ask Zora.
It's fine. I was just
We were
Didn't know if you-
assigned here.
knew them or if anything happened to them.
Well, the story is that they found this crevice, but nobody wanted to go into it for years. And then eventually it happened, and they found my work, my office.
Do we know the name of the circle whose tents those were?
I don't even know if that was a circle. Those have been there at least the last 40 years. Way I hear it. She pushes in and steps through this large V in the wall, and soon you are moving through cave space in here with large hunks of stone that look broken from the cave roof above. But eventually it opens more, and you're able to dip your head, especially you two, to not smack your head on something. And lanterns just throwing shadow on the stone around in here. And then you have to bend down a little bit more, and then a little bit more. And soon it is uncomfortable for you two. You've got one hand on the ground, like Gregory, and you're sort of half crawling. You can kind of be up. She looks back to you and says, I'm going to keep my lantern up. You might have more luck here if you stow yours and just follow. Okay. But everybody, you do you. And she begins to move through, and you see her lie on her stomach. And she begins to drag herself through this thin, flattened out crack. And she looks like she is navigating with purpose. Very little hesitation. It looks like she knows what she's doing because she's been here before. Follow where I go. Who wants to go after Professor Gregory?
I'll go.
Okay.
Last words. Last deed.
Soldier right into the trenches.
Right into the trenches we go.
You start to drag your body through, following behind Gregory, with her light dragging as you go, and it just gets tighter and tighter, and you reach a point where it doesn't look like you should be able to fit through there. She does, but she's smaller. But there was a really big woman in the photo you saw, and you push through, and you're moving, but it is a slow drag. And there is a moment where you think, like, I don't think that I can go forward, and I don't think that I can go back. Let's take a brain as you begin to feel the claustrophobia of where you are. And make a move roll for me.
We're going to drive on that.
Okay. You're jammed in place. You feel stone pressing into your ribs in 2 places right now.
All right, let's do... That's 2, that's 1 with guild, that's right, 3 with guild. 5.
5.
I'll take that one. Yeah.
Don't take that one.
Okay, you begin to pull yourself through, and you can feel your healing knife wound begin to drag against stony surface. And you're worried that you're going to tear this open. You're worried you are going to hurt yourself real bad in here. You manage to rotate slightly and get that wound away from whatever element is doing the damage, and slide through about 5 inches suddenly. Yeah, it's a mixed success. Let's take another brain. You were worried that you were going to start to bleed out down here in the bottom of the world, Malcolm. It starts to widen a little bit, and you follow after her. The light source is traveling away. Who's following Malcolm?
You want to go?
I guess I would.
Okay.
I can go last. All right.
You follow where Malcolm went. Thankfully, you are nowhere near as large, but as you drag yourself in here, you also start to feel an overwhelming sense of closed oppression here, and you close your eyes to block it all out, and you can see around you the cellar that you shoved yourself into the day your mother shoved you into the cellar, and you were pressed amongst barrels underneath the family home. She told you to stay. She told you to stay quiet. And you were there for days, jammed in there. Make a move roll.
Oh, thank God it's a gilded one. I mean, I'm gonna spend a drive. Let's see. Oh, that's good. Yeah. 4.
4.
Yeah, get it back. I get it back.
You breathe and ignore the whispers rising in your ears, like the sound of leaves in a storm flitting around each other along the street, and move through. And just, you're smaller, so you're able to just scrabble all the way through in behind Malcolm.
Yeah.
But for a mixed success, you'll take 1 brain.
Okay.
Which I believe is 3 for you now, yes?
I got a stitch.
You stitched.
Or not a stitch. Yes, stitch.
Yes, you're a blank slate.
Ugh.
Yes.
Oh.
Gonna have to work harder.
He's like, damn it.
All right. Who's next?
Into the abyss we go. Yep, yeah, I'm climbing up.
All right, you can feel your finer clothes dragging along stone and are not happy about it, and you follow Grimoria into this dark passage, into this inky abyss, with just the bare bit of light shining through your friends to you. And it's still with you. You can hear it bouncing off the rocks in here too, so it's almost like 3 sources of it, or 4 sources of it.
Stop.
Why don't you make...
Fuck with me, Armor.
Why don't you make a sense roll?
Oh, Candela.
Finally, someone gets... It's been 2 minutes.
You open your eyes wide in the dark and just listen and tick along with the clock, that clock that is following you. The light source is moving further ahead. You are on your own. You are in a church, in a room on your back. You can't move. Your body is already still. You are watching your sister's feet run away from you out into the church proper. But you scrabble a bit of stone and dirt in your hand, squeeze as hard as you can, and you can feel the pain here in this moment. Leo, for all the trouble you're having, it's not real. It's not real. You know it is not real. And for the first time in a long time, you are grateful to suddenly have silence. And you scrape your way through, following Grimoria's path. In you go, Edgar. You are tall but lanky, and begin to drag through, 1 foot at a time. Everyone has stopped in here, so it can't be good. As you drag, you can feel your scars scraping along the stone wall of this place, and every foot of movement you take is a reminder. A reminder of your other half, gone and with you every day. Make a move roll, please.
Spin to drive. 5, then I get my drive back.
5. You continue to drag along, and you can't maneuver your body to get your side free of that damage, and you just scrape and scrape along, and by the time you get out, you don't wound yourself, but for a 5, I will give you a brain. As the loss of your sister is now raw and red under your clothes. Gregory helps you get up into a low crouch. Come on, breathe. Breathe.
Thank you.
It was that bad for me the first 5 or 6 times I did it too.
Well, it's a good thing I'll be doing it the second time when we go out.
She leads you forward, and you guys, hunched, walk through this passage for another 5 minutes. And you hear her voice say, "Wait, what?" And she kind of trots ahead, a couple of steps ahead of you.
Wait.
Just wait.
I'm here, I'm sorry. Shit. You guys come up behind her. She doesn't flee. She is looking at this thin, vertical gap in the wall between 2 walls of stone. The cavern comes to a pinch here that you're in and travels on. And there looks like there is somebody went at the stone here with a hammer or an axe or something, and you can see what looks like a bored or drilled hole here, but just stone broken away from it. Shit, I don't know. Shit, we normally have a rope here.
Can one of us grab a rope?
One of us had a rope in the pack.
Well, I have a rope, but
Secured.
it's not that easy. There used to be a spike here with a rope tied to it going to the other side.
What happened to the spike?
I don't know.
Are we going up or down?
Across.
Oh.
Okay. I've done this so many times. It's fine. Here, tell you what we'll do. Big man, come here. She takes a rope out of her pack and hands it to you. Wrap this around your hand, please. Hold on tight. She lets it all out onto the stone floor here, and she ties it around her waist. And she crawls into this space, which is like this far across, stone wall and stone wall. The ground is right there below it, and she wedges her feet. She kind of presses her back up one side and pushes her feet to the other, and she's just sort of suspended there. I'm going to do this here just so you can see how it works. Get a lantern over here, okay?
Right.
And watch where I go, because you're going to want to do what I do.
Oh.
Okay? It's just leg muscles. And she begins to slide her back, and she's using that oppositional force to move through. And she's got a lantern ringed and hanging from her belt as she moves. So you can see the stone floor beneath her start to drop and give way. And the further she goes, you can see that it just sort of spills out into nothing after 7 or 8 feet. And she keeps going, pressing in this, what is like, if anyone's ever gone hiking in Utah, slot canyons. Except this is one you don't want to do this with. She moves her way across, and then she starts to dip down, actually, a little bit, like she's maneuvering her body, and her legs tighten up a bit, and then she starts to angle up. So it's almost like she did a loose V down and then up, and you can see her traveling about 30 to 40 feet away from you guys. And you can see in the distance there is what looks like a metal spike rammed into the stone there. And
I'm still holding on the rope.
Yes.
So am I
that
holding
rope
her
is trailing out.
In case she falls, I'm the one who's going to be anchored down to hold her.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's going to be a bad scene if that happens. But yes.
Okay.
Yes. She makes it across, and you hear her footfall drop onto stone all the way across there. And you can see her lit now across this dark void. Your lantern's here, her lantern's there. And she takes the rope off of her, and she begins to tie it hard onto that metal spike. There's a couple ways we could do this. You can't bring the rope with you, or otherwise it's not there for the next, so... tie yourselves together and come across, and then I'll hold, and we got this. But just, you saw where I went, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Man.
Oh, dear.
Okay. Who's going to be the first on the charm bracelet of our circle?
Okay.
I'm the strongest.
You should probably go last.
Am I going to be holding all of us? Are they going to anchor on me for strength and support? Or will it be like...
Well, hopefully no one's going to be weighing on anybody. But you do maybe want to think about gravity and what happens when who falls where in the worst case scenario.
So, just to be clear, you're holding one end of a rope that is going across. There is another that they have tied to the metal spike that is there. So we just have the one rope coming over.
Yes.
So in theory, we would all tie into this rope
Yes.
and go across.
That's the thought.
Yes. So then order is important.
You got about another 60 feet on this thing.
I think you should go in the middle.
Really?
Oh.
Could do it.
So if you fall, at least all of us can kind of hold you to a certain extent. That way you're not pulling us all down from one side. I don't know if that's accurate. That just, in my brain, makes sense. If you're at the end, you're going to fall and cause the most centrifugal force to pull. If you can fall and we can be on two sides to hold you, you won't pull as much force.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
You are the heaviest of us, not to insult you or anything, you just are.
Okay, so the order
I think it
will
should
be...
Go first. Then you. Then you. Then myself.
That makes sense. Right. Right.
Okay. So you link yourselves all, tying a hook of a loop of rope around your waist. And Leo, then Grimoria, like you said, then Malcolm, then you, Edgar.
Don't give it too much slack between us. We need enough room to maneuver, obviously, but if there's too much slack and one of us falls, we'll pull too much force.
Yes, of course.
Give it about 1.5 feet, 2 feet.
We'll, if possible, we'll
just
just
take
let
this slowly.
Alessandra know to wrap the rope as we go. Keep it as taut as possible, or if she can pull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, that's a good call. Meaning as soon as rope is fed, it can be tied on. Okay. Okay. Leo, you start to move across, and you can handle it okay in the beginning. And then Grimoria, you follow along maybe a 5 or 6 foot distance. Then Malcolm. And you are still with your feet on the ground. So here we go. These are high stakes rolls right now. You can feel just the barest bit of underneath you and under your legs. Leo, make a move roll, please.
I'm going to burn a drive. And I think I'm going to use my extra die, because, boy...
And we also, remember, we have these in case
just
we
in case.
Yeah.
I'm going to burn a resistance.
Yep.
And I only get to roll what I have, I take.
Base roll, yeah.
Maybe.
That was rough. Nope.
No.
Very bad. I rolled a 1.
Oh.
But I got my drive back.
So one of you on the ground, feet on ground, 3 of you moving across. Leo, you maneuver your way down in the direction she did, and as you move up the slot canyon, the 2 sides of this tight space, it widens a little bit, so it's a little harder, and you have to push your legs a little longer, and you reach a certain point where your toe just goes, and you feel yourself drop. Now, what happens
Catch,
next?
of course. I'm gonna move to anchor him before he falls. So I have to steady my body.
Grimoria,
Well,
I need you to make a move roll right now.
Okay. I'm going to burn a drive. And I think I'm going to use my... Fuck, I don't know if that's smart. Yeah, I'm going to use my train.
You feel the rope go taut between you and Professor Gregory as Leo drops. You feel a yank so hard in your waist.
5.
5. You are still in a portion of this terrible spot you're in where it is tighter, and you press with all of your small frame's strength to the point where you feel stone digging into your back. It hurts so much. Your feet scrape down the stone floor, and you feel the rope wrench your waist and gut. You take a brain and a body.
You're just taking advantage now. Because I got a blank slate.
You thought you were about to be dropped into a hole to nowhere.
Yeah.
Leo, you are hanging suspended between an iron spike and your diminutive friend, Grimoria. You take a brain as you dangle where you are.
All right, everyone. Slowly. We need to back up to lift him up to regain his footing. On 3. 1, 2.
Why don't you make a group move roll? You can choose. Malcolm,
Who's got the highest?
I have the highest at move, and I
Or
can burn
Edgar.
2 drives.
Yes.
So
I only have 1 in move, so.
no, I have I have 1, 2. I can roll 4 die.
Don't burn everything, because...
I won't. I still owe
You want to
myself.
use one of these?
No, because I still owe myself one more, because I have adrenaline rush, and I've taken 2 brain, so I filled up all my drives off of that first adrenaline rush. So with this one I spend, I'll fill that out when again. So I'll really be spending 1 drive.
Stays. I think if it's full, it just fizzles.
Oh, is that how it goes?
I think. I don't think you can bank it off in the ether to just sit there.
Gotcha.
No.
Okay, well then either way I'm gonna burn 2 drives.
Okay.
So then we all add a.
So I'm gonna get 4.
If you help, if you're aiding, which you are with your body, then you can add a drive.
I have 4. I have 4 die.
4 die?
Yeah. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, 5 ungilded.
5 ungilded.
That's pretty good. That's almost a Candela.
Boom! And I get to replenish that
Pretty
shit.
good.
And I will also replenish this drive. I shall leave the drive. I gotta erase it. So.
Pretty
So
good.
you're on the end. You start backing up, and
That's good.
Leo is dangling and bouncing in this spot like a marionette that you're in. It is hard what you are doing. You are dragging this whole line back. You do have Edgar pulling on the rope, but you are the one using your waist and core, and you can feel the wound in your ribs screaming as you drag them back.
Little body coming on.
Actually, no. I think you're gonna take a brain.
Oh, that was score. Oh wait, it's third.
Oh,
it's
then
3?
you're out.
It's at 4.
It's 4. Okay.
4.
Okay.
Whew, don't go out.
But you raise Leo up to the point where you have your feet in there again. Now, I'm not going to make you roll move again. You are raised to a point where your feet catch and you're good, and you start to drag your way up, and you join as the train moves back. Grimoria, we've got 3. We've got 1 across. Leo is standing on the other side.
It's all right, everybody. We have this. We can do
Hold
it.
everything. And
So I have to do another roll? No, sorry. What did you say? I mean, I'm not chalking myself another
No,
roll.
I think that between...
I'm going to start the bargaining phase
No,
of this.
bargaining's
The
fine.
grief process that's happening here.
Bargaining's fine. I think that with Leo's help and your size and the gentleman's size,
Yeah.
that now that Leo has made it across, there is enough manpower to help you finish the distance. But that gets Malcolm moving and Edgar behind.
And I know it's not much, but I will assist in whatever way the 3 of them. So hopefully that'll help. My puny little.
Every ounce
You
of
guys.
muscle helps.
I know.
Strong but small but mighty.
Yeah.
Okay. But you, with your size and the stitch in your side, I will want you to make a move roll again as you travel.
Burn a drive.
Anyway for it.
Because you moved all the way back to the beginning. You have to start over.
I'm gonna burn a drive on that. I'm gonna run 3.
to say he's pretty solid for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let us know if you need.
Those will know.
Yeah.
I am scared to death for you.
Well, in that case, I will burn another drive.
No. Are you sure you don't want help?
Yeah, no.
I mean.
I want you guys.
Is
our
it
first
6?
half.
How many dice do you have in your
I
hand?
have 4 die.
4 die.
I know. I want you guys to keep your. I want you guys to keep it, because we're gonna need it. We're gonna need it. You guys need to keep your drives. I can replenish mine off adrenaline rush. I'm fine.
I saw the other.
I saw the other 2 from here.
I was out of 5.
Okay.
So I would have been good.
I have a hypothesis
so
that you've
sweet.
done something terrible in your life to deserve this. Somehow you
Leo
did
has?
something terrible just to
The
get good
Candelas?
rolls.
So, Malcolm, I mean, this is what you do. You are 200 push-ups a day, every day. Right next to the bed, and
Take
you.
pride in this body. I eat efficiently. I eat clean.
In clean mutton.
I eat
Clean mutton.
Candela for breakfast. You begin to press your way across, and you do not have the same problem that Leo and Grimoria have of that widening out because of your size, your height. But you have to follow up, following behind Malcolm.
How are you doing?
Move.
Oh yes.
What you got? You need help?
I'm good. I have 3.
Okay.
What we got, baby?
4.
Baby. I feel a brain in the body.
Don't give him ideas. Maybe if we don't think it, he won't know.
Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah.
You start to move across. And Edgar, you follow behind, placing your feet as you go. Your ribs are still searing from the past 10 minutes. And your legs are shaking, but your back just burns as you move. And you're ignoring it and ignoring it and ignoring it. And you think, if I just shift, and then you feel your whole backside start to slide down. And you swing, losing your grip. Swing beneath Malcolm, who holds like a fulcrum, and you go swinging, and you feel and go black.
Your
Body.
So he's out?
I'm out.
Fuck. Or let's pull.
I'm gonna pull him up immediately.
Well, we all help.
We all help pull them
I mean,
That's plenty of people. You begin to drag and drag.
crap.
Steady. Steady.
Edgar's limp body gets pulled up and over, and there is some skin on his forehead is like broken and flapped away a little bit, and he is bleeding down his face.
I want to check a pack immediately, and just from me being in the field, I know that could either be a concussion, or it could be, or it could seep out and cause like further infection. I want to bind that wound immediately. I want to try to find a gauze or something inside the bag.
He'll have something in his kit. We'll
Yeah, you
start
just
back
rifle
over.
through his
this
bag,
yeah.
and what I'd like you to do right now is make a control.
Nothing in control.
God. I'll burn.
Where's control? Yeah, I got nothing.
I'll burn and drive. I have one.
Do you want to? Let me give you an extra drive for that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to assist. I'm going to give a
Wait, you
drive.
have nothing in control?
Well,
I have one. I have 2 die.
Can this bring him back though, or no? Like I'm just saying here, like if this is just like how good we bandage him up, like
Is that 2 die?
Which?
If I have one
That's 1 die.
That's 1 die, right? Okay.
And I'm giving you a drive, so that's 2
You
die.
were the
Awesome.
gun
So now I'm
guy.
gonna drive.
wait, but do you guys hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is this like high stakes?
This is not high stakes.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
This is
because
not
if this
high
is just how
stakes.
well
That's a
we,
good reminder.
we
Yeah.
you know.
That's right. So if you, I'll hold.
Hold your drive then.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'll just roll I'll just roll.
Yes.
I'm gonna roll on this one little die. Edgar.
If anyone can do it, it's you.
I'm coming for you, Edgar!
I feel like you're supposed to be better at this.
Don't
You can hear him in your head.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Oh. Fine. That's still pretty good.
I
you
find a
guys.
dirty bandage that was used before.
Where do you even have that dirty bandage?
So,
It's like a tampon, just.
So you rifle through Edgar's bag and you pull out some bandage. You get it wrapped around him tight, and you've seen this man work for a long time, and you've picked up the barest notion of how to tend to wounds. And a minute or 2 later, everyone gathered around him on the ground. His eyes flutter awake,
Maybe some smelling salts.
jolts up your nose, and sharpens you even further. And
Not necessary.
we're to the land of the living. Looks like we got to patch you up this time, huh, old boy?
I really thought it was going to be me that knocked out.
Edgar, you're having a little trouble seeing. There's blood in your eye.
Take your time. I want to try to wipe that out for him.
Okay.
Just give me a second. Don't touch me.
Vision is a little not right. It's a little blurred. How are you, Doc? You all right?
Well, I assume this means I'm alive?
You're alive.
Okay. Then I'm serviceable.
We could stop here. We could wait.
Just a minute. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna take
There's
a
been a
knife.
taut rope there for over a year, and we just hook it and move across.
Someone undid it.
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
The spike wasn't there.
The rope wasn't dangling.
It's dangling on this side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like somebody
Ripped it out.
missed it on the way out. Or, I don't know.
Can we, like, I don't know, shine our lantern to see if there's like a body down there? Somebody that may.
It's
Too deep.
too deep.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, I don't want to be grim. Maybe we should pull the rope up, the one that was dangling.
Sure. Save it for us. All right. Okay, so you guys get it all in a loop and leave here?
I mean,
I think we
the
should
original
take it with-
rope, was that wholly gone?
Yeah, mostly. It was like a foot or two.
Okay, so it was cut.
Yeah. Well, there was a frazzled bit of rope
Okay,
on
that's,
that
yes,
side.
that's, okay.
But we should definitely take it with us in case we need another.
Yes, take our
Yes.
rope.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a good idea.
I'm having trouble seeing out of this eye, where I hit my head on the left side.
Right.
And I keep seeing, like, I feel like I keep seeing movement. And it keeps catching right at the corner of my eye, and I'm having a hard time. I keep seeing shadows move. And I can't tell if it's just here or if it's physical, but
If it's real. If you wish it were true.
yeah.
At this point, you would move one of your points. This is your second scar.
Yes. Give a quick check to Malcolm, really quickly to see.
I'm moving
You know. Oh,
one out of reed, as my vision's not as.
Right, from reed to...
To move.
I think it will go to. Yeah, move is applicable.
Leo, as you pull out your detector again, you are maybe imagining it, but you can't help but wonder that if it's a little stronger.
Can I sense anything specific?
Sure, you can do sense.
Anything useful? I don't know.
Toward Malcolm, you mean, yeah?
in general.
Yes. Well, like, I don't know if that'll give me any more information, or maybe just general. How about a general sense of danger? Maybe if there's something lurking or.
You're trying to figure out what specifically? In a story.
In the story, I guess I'm just trying to sense if something like magical, nefarious has happened to block our path.
So not related to Malcolm, but where
No,
you
because
are?
he's. I don't know what I would learn from that.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Sure.
to see if there's anything
Well,
specific.
then you would use sense still here, too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. Hold on. Do that again. That was a 5, though, but another 5 on the
5.
gilded. Yeah.
I like that.
You are in tuned with ancient remnants of the past, and it's not close. You can't place it yet, but you can feel yourself in the presence of that feeling in your gut and in your heart when you are picking up the 50th thing Mr. Fogg has given you.
Mm-hmm.
And this one has ties. This one is real. Gregory looks to you, says, if you're all right to go, we're getting close.
Yeah.
Can you walk, Doc?
I'm fine. I'll have to get a new pair of glasses.
Okay. Here, why don't you come with me? She loops her arm up under yours and walks you down the path of this cavern, which widens and closes again and widens, but thankfully nothing has hellish as the last half hour. And eventually you find yourself spilling out over piles of stone and into flat ground.
Thank God.
And turn around and see that you're crawling out of a cave-in in some sort of structure. You're in a building somehow. And she said, Gregory says, okay, start looking around. This is the place. This is where we spend our time. You can see in there, and she points into, there's a room with two doors opened, only about 30 or 40 feet away. The doors have a golden sheen to them, and they have lines, curving lines etched into them. This is the first thing that we pulled. That was the mask that we pulled out of here, of Ardos. It took us like 2 or 3 weeks to get in, and then 1 month to figure out what to do with it. Anyway, I'm not here to give you a tour per se. We should start looking around. And as she moves a little further into this space, you can see that you're on the corner of this building, and there's a hall going off down this way and a hall going down off that way. And this way, there are a few more rooms in that direction where you can see doors open. But past that are many more sealed doors down the hall. It is eerily reminiscent of the Fourth Pharos for a moment, although nothing is spiraling in your vision. Maybe in yours, Edgar. She moves through. You guys follow her because she's the one who knows what's up in here. She looks into one room, and you guys follow in, and it's empty. And she looks into the next. She shakes her head. You get to the. She crosses to the other side of this hallway and looks into a doorway here, and you actually see there is a pedestal in here, like there have been in the past few. But those pedestals were empty. This one has a large. By lantern light, you can see like a white and pinkish conch shell about this large sitting on this thing, and you can see a black stone just sort of glinting from the light of the lantern that she holds up, and she looks around. Shit.
Mr. Gregory, are we looking for your team?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is where they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be here.
Well, this is the last place that I saw them. This is the last place that we were all together.
Well, let's take a second and be. I don't know how this necessarily. This place is filthy. Wouldn't there be footprints of some kind to touch?
That would for sure make sense. Make a survey roll.
Oh, right. I'll make a survey roll. Mm-hmm. Well, I'll even. Yeah.
Sure.
No, I'm not running.
Don't do it. Like we need it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Looking for footprints is
Yeah.
low stakes
Footprints in the
for your
snow.
health.
5.
All right.
Johnny Five's alive.
Well, you can see Gregory's fresh footprints in the dust down here. That's pretty easy to see, but you do see prints moving around, lots of them, and you take a few minutes. She looks like she wants to start running around, but she holds. Yes. And you guys watch as Leo, with his sort of hands behind his back, is just sort of looking down in the lantern light that you guys supply, and you begin to follow a couple sets of tracks off down the long hallway that you're headed. Do we follow these?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I want to first, before we do that, I want to activate my bleed detector on my hand and just see if I get any kind of
Yeah.
sense.
Your hand, as soon as you access the detector, your hand begins to glow a very, very bright color from it.
Is this towards the footprints that we're walking towards?
Not the footprints. Well, not
Just
that you
all
can
around.
tell.
Right. Just all around.
Perhaps you're walking between doors, and behind the previous doors were things that Candela came here for, to lock away. So it is a safe bet to think that behind every door in here of this vault that they believe belonged to Emperor Calanus 2,000 years ago, that there are things that are going to set off your detector for bleed. So by the light of their lanterns and the light radiating off the back of your hand, you guys follow Leo as he does seem to have a bead on a pair of tracks. They get messed every once in a while as older tracks cross through them, but you're following one specific shoe tread, and you take a right and take a left. And Gregor just starts muttering to herself as you go, "We should not be going this deep in. It's against protocol." But she falls in next to you, Leo, and can't deny that you're onto something. You guys continue down, take a right, and then go down a set of steps, maybe 30 or 40 stairs, and walk forward. And down here, there are no other tracks.
So it just disappears?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't clear.
No.
There are 5 sets of tracks here, whereas previously there was many, and you were trying to find the freshest in the mess. But you leave that behind, and you're following 5 sets of footsteps moving.
I think we're missing 4 people.
There is also 1 set of tracks coming out.
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
Oh, man, I have a sense of what those tracks belong to. Look, I mean, it's just to myself, I'm thinking, I'm kind of going through my brain, and I'm thinking, like, I'm looking at the tracks, because, I mean, I do know how to read tracks since I've been, special military unit. I'm aware of how tracks are spread, but then I notice the tracks going out, and I have an eerie suspicion that those tracks might belong to Declan.
What kind of shoes? How big?
Oh, then you would have to do a focus roll for that one.
I'll focus roll it.
That's a low stakes roll.
My focus is a little better.
Okay.
I have a theory. 4, double 4s, so 4.
Double 4s.
I'm just curious if it's
You're focusing on the prince leaving?
yeah, I'm trying to get a sense if I think it's the right size for Alessandra or Declan or someone else.
Well, they're not her size. She has
Okay.
pretty petite feet comparatively.
Just checking.
He did like to wear work boots, and you think that's what these are. And they line up to Declan's size. They look older, the prince, than the ones to their left and the right.
And sorry, just for clarity, the trail ends, is that what you're saying? Or we just noticed the other pair and then we're like, oh, okay.
They're continuing around one more corner.
I think we should go.
And you can see past that corner more stairs going up, so perhaps 2 sets of stairs meet here in the middle, or maybe that goes somewhere else entirely, but the tracks bend around the
He
corner.
didn't say anything. I mean, he left.
No, yeah.
Others didn't.
It doesn't help us jump to conclusions. Let's just wait till we find evidence of anything.
I just don't want to become evidence of anything.
I understand. But getting bent out of shape is not going to help anybody.
Can I roll a survey roll?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a survey roll.
Searching for.
Just want to further investigate the tracks.
Do you want to follow the tracks? Because you don't need a survey roll for that.
Well, no, just the tracks leaving. I just want to see if I could see anything else that might be. You got a 4, right? Mm-hmm. So I would need to get something better.
It's low stakes.
Well, I won't see shit.
Yeah.
Sees nothing.
You look over, you place a hand on Leo's shoulder, and you just stare at them. And you can't tell.
Delaying the inevitable here.
But Leo,
We're trying.
Leo, his grip on your shoulder is a little tighter than is necessary in that moment.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling? And I gently put my hand on the grip.
Feeling good. I'm good.
Perhaps too good.
I'm good.
Okay.
I think we should follow the track.
Yes.
I'll lead the way.
Okay. Keep talking if you need to. Don't pretend you're better than you are.
Feeling like slight pressure on my scar right here. It's just kind of like I have like a. It's just the burning's always been there in my eye, but now it's like kind of like it's almost like a migraine, but it's like a little bit, kind of like on the frontal lobe, and it's just sort of like I can feel it kind of like pressing on my scar.
Okay.
But it's not like kind of pulses every now and then.
Malcolm leads the way, and you turn the corner and see about 60 or 70 feet down a hallway. Large golden doors, like 40 feet high in here, and one of them is cracked open. And through the light that is being thrown by your lanterns down that hallway, you think you can see a hand on the ground.
Like that?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
In the doorway.
Past the door.
Past the doorway.
Just barely lit by from this distance.
I don't suppose we can just say we found them and get on our way.
I have to see if they're okay.
We're gonna do the hard work. I'm gonna drop my pistol from my holster, and I'm gonna hold my lantern. I'm just gonna be ready.
Yeah.
I will grab my rifle.
You've never used one before.
I've never used one, but
I've
proceeding.
taught you in the yard before.
Oh, yeah,
How to
okay.
shoot a few times.
I know how to pull the trigger.
Not enough for you to be like familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm not a sharpshooter.
I'm gonna go check on the body.
Okay, you guys move forward. And actually, Professor Gregory, sort of gets a little bit ahead of you, Malcolm, and she starts, her breathing picks up. She runs in with her lantern, and you hear, she breaks in just before you do. No.
Shh. Wait, come back.
Doctor.
A sob escapes her chest, and she chokes it and sinks into your body as you hold her in. As you guys enter here, and lamplight illuminates what looks like a crime scene.
Oh, shit.
The door opens into a large, round room. And just for the location we're at, directly across, shadows thrown against it, is a stone face carved into the far wall, facing out here. And it is got a look of revulsion on it. This is Oldfaire era, obviously, like everything else in here. You have seen sculpture from the time, and it is quintessential. And the hair on this face is almost like a wavy, what's the word, like a Caesar cut, I guess, from Earth One's terms. But just the face is drawn back like it is seeing something horrific. That aside, the circle of the worm lies scattered about the room, all dead.
All of them?
To the right, just inside the door. Let's do this. This will help you visualize. Even though the table's not the same shape, this table is the room, and this, you two are at the door. The stone face is here. There is a body right about in front of where you are sitting, Malcolm, in the room at about 4 or 5 o'clock. And this is Marianne DeWitt. This is the woman with the bob cut in the bomber jacket, which you see in here. And there are multiple puncture wounds in this jacket. She has been stabbed many times. She is lying with both hands. She's on her back, and in one hand she holds a gun, a revolver, which is pointed till about 11 o'clock in the room, pointed towards a man who lies on the ground, Alonzo Whitlock, and he has a bullet wound in the back of his head and is splayed out off kilter from the center of the room.
Is he holding a knife in his hand?
He's not. He's not.
Okay.
Not that you see. So DeWitt has been stabbed near to the entrance, and Alonzo Whitlock has been shot in the back of the head. At about the 9 o'clock are two bodies close together. The large woman, Hilda, she has a bullet wound in her chest. And the man near her, Nestor Ronquillo, his throat has been cut. And Hilda does have a knife in her hand. So it is pretty obvious that she cut this man's throat for whatever reason. And we see one gun in this room, and it is in DeWitt's hand by the door.
I'm slowly doing my job. Check the pulse on each one of them, knowing what I'm going to find, but...
You know what you're going to find. These bodies look like they've been laying here for a while.
Which one was their medium? Nestor or
Alonzo, who is
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
here at the front.
I think Grimoire would... You said Nestor, sorry? Or Alonzo?
Alonzo Whitlock.
I would go to Alonzo and... I don't know, like touch the body to see if I could, like, if a medium would leave a message for someone else, like some sort of trail, some sort of spiritual kind of message.
That makes sense.
Make a sense roll for that, for sure.
Let's... You stay with doing whatever. Let's back up out of the room, everybody.
5.
5. You place your hands on Alonzo. Close your eyes and reach for him in the way you know how. And he does feel close, but not here. It also feels different than any moment, any intersection you've ever had with a spirit. It feels muted somehow, but you know that it's near.
Muted, like... just...
Qualitative essence of a spirit, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel as present and visceral for some reason.
Okay.
She drops down next to him as well, Gregory. And she looks scared to touch him almost. She touches just the edges of his hair for a second, and then her hand on his face, and she looks back at DeWitt by the door, and she shuts her eyes to block it out. And she pulls away, clutching herself there over his body. Leo, you notice off to the side by Hilda and Nestor's bodies. Now that you've been in here for a minute or two, there are thin grooves in a few places in the wall, some sort of design or architectural feature. And you can see down on the ground, growing out of a crack in the wall, the seam where the wall meets the floor, there is a little splay of white matter.
Yeah.
As you guys back up, you look to the professor, who's staring at the statue with her back turned to you, and her head turns with a blank stare, and her hand slides into the mouth of the statue, and you hear and you hear the sound of metal go and a glut of blood splurts out and rains down the wall.
Fuck.
The floor beneath begins to lower. 20 feet, 30,
Right, we gotta get out of here.
50. You watch as the lip of the hallway you entered from rises ever upward above you. Your stomach lurches as you take a sudden drop, but the platform catches and drops again and then grinds to another stop. Some sort of resistance is slowing your descent, but all too soon, the momentum becomes too great, and all of you start to plummet. Fast.
Before our story goes any further, let's take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Aura. Aura is an all-in-one platform that provides comprehensive digital safety for you and your entire family. We don't want you to have your identities out there for anyone to just find, so that's why we're giving you a free trial of Aura. Data brokers sell your information to scammers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to target you. Cleaning up your information not only helps reduce the amount of spam you get, but also protects you from hackers who could use this information to help them access your social media accounts, bank accounts, or other sensitive information. Unfortunately, data breaches have become a regular occurrence online. But don't worry, because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work of keeping you safe and alerting you if you're possibly in trouble. Protect your family from the online threats you can't see with Aura. Click the link in the description or head over to aura.com/Candela Obscura to start your 2-week free trial. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this episode.
Delve into a new tabletop role-playing game of investigative horror with the Candela Obscura Core Rulebook using the Illuminated Worlds system by Darrington Press. Roam the turn-of-the-century-inspired setting of the Fairlands, including the bustling city of Newfair and the ancient ruins of Oldfaire below. Assemble a circle of investigators within the paranormal secret society of Candela Obscura. You'll analyze strange and horrifying events, fight back against dangerous phenomena, and contain the bleed that spreads from corruptive magic. Choose from 10 custom character sheets to empower your investigations and explorations. Use tactical intuition and brawn with the soldier specialty. Use your charm with finesse and flair as the magician specialty, or study and practice mystical arts as an occultist. Explore districts of Newfair, competing organizations, 4 full assignments, and dozens of example assignments to inspire you. If you choose to brave the role of Gamemaster, this guide contains everything needed to pave the way for your Candela Obscura investigators. Offered in both a standard edition as well as an ornate limited edition for collectors, the Candela Obscura Core Rulebook contains 204 art-filled pages, including maps, items, immersive notes, mysteries, and plenty more to power your very own story. Keep this tome close, for the knowledge obtained may be the key to protecting you, your allies, and the Fairlands.
Oh hey, it's us. Your friendly neighborhood ambiguous shadowy weirdos, here to say cryptic things at you as usual.
Are you ready for the third and final season of Midst? We certainly are.
Some of you have been waiting a very long time.
Good news. The wait is almost over.
Midst, man. What the heck?
A lot of questionable characters doing incredibly problematic things to each other in a series of increasingly insane, escalating circumstances while struggling to follow their warped moral compasses and do what they think is hopefully the right thing.
Can the trust get worse somehow? Can Phineas get less worse?
How much longer can Lark outrun her past?
Are there any objectively good guys in this story, other than Marquis?
How can any of these threads possibly be resolved with only one more season to go?
And we still don't even know what happened with that dang moon.
Are we ever gonna get some answers?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we will.
The third and final season of Midst unfolds February 14th.
Listen to the pure sound experience anywhere you stream podcasts, or watch illustrated video episodes on the Critical Role YouTube channel.
In the meantime, you can follow us at Midst Podcast or join the fold on midst.co to get early access to episodes, behind-the-scenes bonus content, music downloads, digital artwork, and more.
Everything's been leading to this.
We'll be with you to the end.
Do you trust us?
Edgar. You shift in place on a broken stone floor. Your head ringing, bits of dust raining down from higher up in this shaft as you open your eyes in the darkness. Your vision is a blur, your mind is a blur. Before we proceed any further, a bit of housekeeping. Everyone at the table takes 3 body.
Well, I'm out.
Well, you're not taking it now, you took it.
Okay.
So what that means, if you took a scar from plummeting down, I'm so on edge, you guys, plummeting down this shaft and striking the bottom, you take a scar, carry those 3 body through, and we'll get to you in a moment. Just keep track of where you are with scars and marks. Remember, if those bodies carry to a scar, any remaining body, move through to the next.
So you should be 1 lower than you were.
You push yourself up on one arm and look around you and start to try and get your bearings. You are sitting, it almost feels like a slide. The floor you're on is on an angle. And down at the bottom of this angle, you see your 3 friends in a bloody heap. Off to the side, you see Dr. Alessandra Gregory. Her face split open on a stone. Her body face down, limp, and very dead. And as your vision comes into clarity here, you realize somehow you can see, even though no lanterns at the moment are burning. It is very, very pale, dim lighting, and you can see up behind you, up this stone ramp, and a 5 or 6 foot crawl up is a hall, and all along the arched roof of that hall that you can see from where you are has fingers of white fungal growth spreading down. What do you do?
So they are all down kind of a slide from where I am.
Not moving, akimbo, half piled on each other.
Can any of you hear me? Are any of you awake?
Leo, you hear a voice in the back of your head.
Hello?
It depends. Am I unconscious?
Okay. Stay very still. I'm coming to get you.
Oh, no. No.
And I'm gonna try and slowly start making my way down to them.
Leo, your back. There's something wrong in your back. You twist your shoulders where you lie. You can move, but every movement comes with a small price. And you hear stone and dust and skittering as Edgar slides down toward you.
Careful. Just careful.
I'm being careful.
Okay. I don't feel great.
I wouldn't expect you would. Okay, now tell me. Can you move your fingers?
Can I? I try.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you move your toes?
Just as much as normal.
It hurts your lower back a
Oh,
little,
that does
but
not
you
feel
can.
good, though. My back is...
Okay, stay still.
Okay.
Now, who is, position-wise, who's on top? Is it Leo?
Leo and Grimoria are sort of in an X.
Okay.
With Leo's body over Grimoria's like lower back and legs. And Malcolm is underneath them all.
Hey.
I'm a tap.
Grim, are you awake? Can you hear me?
I just fucking passed out.
Okay.
You feel a hand on your shoulder and slowly come through, and the first thing that strikes you is a sharp pain in your left shoulder, and you start to realize that your arm is pinned underneath your own body and something.
Okay. I'm gonna try and gently detangle the both of you. We're gonna do this very slowly because we're all in trouble. Apart from the fact that we fell a long way, there's a lot of that mushroom above us.
There's also bits of particulate dust, even hunks falling from above you.
Okay.
And if you think about it, as you were plummeting, it felt like you were smashing through or scraping some resistance for part of the trip on the way down.
Okay. I'm gonna... I go over to Grimoria.
Yes.
And I take the bottom of her skirt and I start ripping bandana-sized strips of cloth for everybody. I'm sorry, I'm ruining your dress, but we need this.
Okay.
And I start tying them around their mouths and my mouth.
Understood.
And then I have one for Malcolm when I get to him.
Understood.
Well done.
So,
Okay, let's try and move you all. I'm gonna start with Leo. I'm gonna try and just slide him out off to the side.
he moves sideways, still on his back, still not risking tempting it, probing it. And you have clearance now for Grimoria.
And I'll move Grimoria off of Malcolm.
Grimoria, as you sit up and your arm comes free.
I think she throws up.
You do. You throw up all over your front.
Like I want to throw up.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Come on, let's get you moving.
You try to move your arm, and you can, but it is not what you are accustomed to. You can manipulate your hand in pain. You can raise your arm up in pain. It's functional, but damage is done.
Okay. Can it be like put it back into place? Or no?
I'll examine you in a minute. We'll see if we can fix it.
If not, we can make a sling, I believe.
To Malcolm.
Coat and skirt.
I place a hand on Malcolm. Is Malcolm face down or face up?
His legs are facing, not straight up, but on an angle up towards this passage that is above, and his head is kind of on a bent, not horribly, but he's probably slid and sunk into the base of this incline.
Before I try and wake him up.
Yeah.
How is his face? How does it look?
Well, his eyes are closed, his mouth hangs open, and you can hear slow. If you're asking if there's any telltale signs of what you've seen happen to Declan, you can make a survey. This is a low roll. You don't need to burn any resources if you even have any left.
I do. 4.
Yeah. It's low stakes. You've never seen anything like this condition or this growth. But it's not like in the last hour his condition or his traits have progressed any further.
Okay. Malcolm, can you hear me?
Malcolm, you start hearing a voice echoing in your dreaming mind, and then realize that you're awake.
Okay. Hey, we fell a long way. Is there pain anywhere? other than just anything major.
Oh, my head. My head.
You feel a welt growing on his head, a lump on his head, and Malcolm, you also feel your right shoulder stiff and pained.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, my shoulder.
Yeah.
My right shoulder.
All right, let's get you up. We're on a bit of a slide, but everybody's been pretty hurt, so let's just get our bearings. But first, and I tie it around, keep this on. And I point up.
All right, gotcha.
Leo, lying on your back, your view just aimed up this stone shaft. You notice that there are recessed shelves or grips moving up this very tall shaft. It looks like whoever built this place left a way to leave it should anything go wrong. However, you also see, you think, in the shadow and texture of this growth that it swirls up and up and up and up and up and up this passage. The shadows in a few places, 2, 3 places, are moving maybe 100 feet or more up slowly.
I don't mean to alarm anyone. First of all, it seems a clear way up by someone who has a cruel sense of humor, and I don't think we're alone up there.
Oh, what do you see?
I've not been the best observer, but I think there's movement.
Why don't you make a survey roll, Leo?
All right. Low stakes, I assume.
Yes. Well, relatively.
You are terrible. 3.
3.
That gilded, so I'll take that.
You hear movement every 7 or 8 seconds.
It's not what I'm used to hearing.
You're worried. Well, maybe you're imagining it.
Oh.
Maybe you're imagining it. There are still bits of particulate and dust just raining down every few moments.
Try and breathe through your nose.
All of you can see
there.
Now your eyes are adjusting down here, and you can see this growth from the arch in to where you are. It curves around and up, traveling up to...
Where's our exit? Where's our exit?
Well, you came from up there.
There, so we have to go back from the same way.
There is a ladder, and there is a passage at the top of this.
Is there any other growth by the passage by any chance? Is any of the growth by the passage? Is there anything growing by there?
The passage is clear. It looks like climbing up this fallen platform you're on, and the lip of that hall or way up there seems clear, but the ceiling above it and the walls are grown, so it looks like if you went in there, you'd be walking under fingers of this stuff.
Okay.
And it's the last detail. It is that growth that is giving off the barest bit of light, and why you can see here. There are torches. One of them is shattered to bits. The glass is broken, but one managed to survive, cradled between Leo and Grimoria.
I have a lantern. It seems intact.
Yeah.
Can I make a quick survey check?
Yeah.
To see if the gun that the body was holding is around here anywhere?
Yes.
And maybe one of the knives, too. I think there are 2 knives? No, just the one knife.
You saw one knife.
Yeah, maybe...
You thought there might be 2.
5.
5. And you're looking for the gun?
The gun.
You do see the gun. You have to walk over to... You have to slide over to the body of Dr. Gregory. You can see bomber jacket partially underneath her, and you pull back her body, and she falls to the side, and you see just a ruin. Just a ruin. Very little detail left. You can make out a few teeth and one eye still in its socket, but everything else is gone. But you now see DeWitt with her short-cut black hair, slightly bloodied, but those bodies were there a while. And you find the gun a few feet down the ramp there.
Put it inside my vest. Just tuck it into the edge of my pants.
You start to hear sound from
need to get out
above.
of here.
Okay, everybody.
Yeah.
You start to hear more pronounced sound.
Okay, it's not just me.
Like of cracking or movement or what?
There's something in here.
Something beyond the dust.
Yeah,
and the
okay.
bits, fragments of.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Okay. We need to go slowly. We don't know if this is stable. So we gotta get to that ladder and get up to that passage. Okay.
I'm gonna crawl.
Sorry, I wasn't clear enough. There's a ladder in this shaft that leads up from where you came.
Okay.
But something is coming down that direction. And from that ladder, this platform that you crashed down on is slanting up, and whoop, you can go somewhere else.
I see. Okay.
So that ladder would be cool if you felt up to a whatever long climb.
But there's things up there.
Yes.
Okay. Grimoria, you start climbing. We gotta drag him up.
Where's that? There's a crushed lantern.
And an intact one.
An intact lantern.
Does the crushed lantern still have fuel?
Does it?
Yes, it's the glass that's shattered.
Okay.
But it is landed in such a way that there is still.
Do we want to attempt to make that ladder, which I assume is wood?
No.
That's stone.
It's carved recesses.
Into the thing.
We could leave a little. Well, we have an option at some point.
The sound is getting closer.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah, go. All right. So let me. I'm gonna help start. I want to get to my feet, shake it off, and I'm gonna. We need to tend to Leo first. So.
And Leo, you can move. Everyone can move.
Okay.
It just hurts.
Okay.
It just hurts.
Make our way to that tunnel.
Okay.
I'll stick behind Leo to make sure I can prop him up if he slips from there or something like that. I mean, I know I have one bad arm, but I could still use my hand to.
You are still a circle.
Yeah.
You guys climb your way with difficulty up this ramp and then pull yourselves up a 4-foot raise because it's wedged down a little bit below maybe where it was supposed to rest, and climb into a hall, and you see the whole hall ahead of you goes forward and up on an angle, and all along it is this fungal growth hanging down from above. And you can see more pale light beyond. It just looks like all that same color. You're not close enough to understand or decipher the color you're seeing or detail from that color, but you gather there is more.
Grimoria.
Yeah.
Can you channel? How conscious do you think you can channel right now? Can you channel that old woman that you did?
Yeah, I can. The problem is I was kind of waiting. I mean, just above table talk.
Sure.
I was waiting because it doesn't cost me nothing.
Yeah.
So I was waiting for I could do a sense roll to see if I can. I don't know what
So
possibly.
maybe there's a secret passage that you can land.
Yeah,
There's a
maybe
certain
something.
height.
I
If
was
you're
just
looking
trying
for a
to.
secret passage, that would be survey. But if you're looking for magical phenomenon around you, that is sense, and you especially can sense things if you roll.
Can she sense something to tell us how to get the fuck out?
There is no game guide or cheat code in this place.
Every time I use the sense, it's always like some answer that's not helpful to us. You know what I mean? So,
Before we do anything, I think we need to get a little further down this passage.
yeah.
Okay, you limp your way, the four of you.
I pull out the glove. And I put it
Put it
on.
on your hand.
I have like the rifle pointed at whatever the fuck.
I want to. Is there anything I can like use to make like a little small torch to like burn something that might be in front of me, like something that can.
You can
lantern.
strip away some of the clothes
Wrap it
quickly from the circle of the worm.
Well, I think I've got a plan B for
But
that.
I'm going
I
to give
think
you
we'll be fine.
30 more seconds to brainstorm.
Yeah, we don't
We don't know
No, we're
if this fungus is flammable.
We're just gonna go.
Okay,
We don't want
so you begin to walk limp your way along this hallway, and that door, that passage, that arch in the distance starts to widen with your perspective as you get closer. And you step out onto a stone platform, created, built, man-made, and find yourself looking up at a massive, massive underground cavern. The entire cave roof of which is just grown over with this stuff. It is huge. Inside the hall, it's like its size adapts to the amount of room it has. And in the passage, it was relatively small hands of it. But here in the cavern, it is like an upside-down forest coming down from the ceiling. It looks oddly, this is not in world, I don't think, like Velcro growing down from the ceiling. A forest. It looks climbable even. It is so thick and curved, snaking around each other. That you see. The stone platform you're on stretches out in an arc across to a building in the distance, but the bridge is broken 20 feet in front of you. Across this expanse, you can see the other side of that bridge that has fallen into this pit below. And there is a large building with huge, tall doors all around it. And there is growth coming out of some point at the top of the dome of this place, stretching up into the ceiling and all around. That growth stretches from out of the building all the way across the chamber down around you. If you wanted to, you could reach out and step up on a part of it. And everything is pale and glows with just a tiny bit of luminosity. The torch you have lights up your surroundings well, and then it is just this dimness stretching out so far.
So it looks like our only way out or away from here is just more of the growth. It's not less growth, it's more.
Physically, where you are, Grimoria, do me a favor, make a survey roll.
Okay.
As you think about whatever it is that is coming down that shaft and looking at a broken bridge in front of you, and you don't see an elevator out of here anywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna burn a drive for that. 5.
5. Okay, you take in the entire chamber while the men just stand slack-jawed looking at it. And a few things you process very quickly. One is that the sound behind, you can hear it still behind you back there. You're not missing any hidden exits that you're maybe searching for. But you can definitely see, if you wanted to, you think, one area of this growth on the left just curving down and growing into the side of this bridge, where if you wanted to, you could climb into this mess and make your way up and through. But you also, as you're surveying this entire chamber, off to all of your right, you see the growth over there is just sort of shifting in your view. It's like it's alive, or it's something the same color as it is moving through. A few of them.
Okay.
A few of them. No more than a few.
That's only in one section.
No. You head darts around looking everywhere, hearing these things. Now you think it sounds like maybe they're scrabbling about the bodies, maybe. Behind you, you can see a couple more moving off on your left, too. It looks like two little clouds of life are moving through the thickets along the walls, closing on your location.
So I relay this information, very quickly ask.
Point them out.
What's that? If Dr. LaCourte, it sounds like our only option is to go to the growth connecting to the bridge. So
I think making it across to that other building as
Make a
quick
run.
as possible, as quietly as possible, is the appropriate response. I don't know what those things are, but there could be any sort of bleed-infused life being down here.
Do we want to try to burn through this?
No.
I want to burn it down.
If you want to stay
Well,
over
we'll
here and
die
burn
in
it
it.
down after we get across, by all means.
We have to burn a path through it. Is it blocking our path?
No, because we can
have
go
to go
down
in.
the growth and up into the
All right,
bridge.
cool, then I'll follow.
Yeah,
I'm just
so
going to
let's
put
do
down
it.
a blanket, no burning.
All right, cool.
No burning right now.
Yeah.
It's bad.
So we do that.
Okay. Each of you, one by one, starts to move up into this hanging forest of fungal growth. Malcolm, you take the rear, where these things are coming behind, and you look behind you, and you can see low to the ground down that passageway some sort of forms with obvious arms and feet or fingers.
Oh, shit.
Just moving pretty quietly along that stone floor. And you see one coming along the ceiling in the hallway, too. You almost missed it. They're about halfway up as you climb up behind the rest of the group, and you begin to lift and climb your way. It's probably 500 feet across. Everybody, as you climb up high, it's not like you're hanging just from the bottom of it and then it's a straight drop. You're wise enough to move up through several bands of this stuff because you can see how far you will go if you drop. Knowing that, everyone make a movement roll. All our rolls are high stakes.
So I get one more if I use my drive.
Once you use your resistance, you don't get it back until you drive again. Okay.
5 on the gilded, so I'm getting my back.
Yes.
4 on the gilded.
Candela.
You got Candela. Oh, nice.
So,
I got fucked up.
your circle, this quartet moves in a quiet little parade through this Alice in Wonderland nightmare. And you make it a full, almost halfway across. You are in the vault of this cave's temple. And Grimoria, you are behind Leo moving through this stuff. It's like climbing trees when you were a kid. And he gets a little bit ahead of you. You hear him grunting as he moves. And he dips down out of view. And another form comes in from above. And you see, slowly moving, what looks like a white mottled abdomen or torso, long, thin, and slender, and you're watching this thing move in horror as it comes towards you slowly. It doesn't feel like it is alerted to you yet. But your brain wants to make there be arms and legs, but the 4 limbs you see are not adhering to the anatomy you are familiar with, and they seem to move in any angle and direction they need, and there is no difference between the feet and the hands. They're just long, tendril-like digits, not too different than the stuff you are climbing on. And it comes down into view and turns so that it is right side up. and you see it almost as like a low-moving white scabbed crab, but there is no head on this thing anywhere. What looks almost like two flexing, moving shoulders here just has a melted pile of growth, just a hump. And it crawls up next to you. You're about 6 or 7 feet away from this thing. You're a little further back. You're a little further back. And it is just hanging in space there. And a little thin sliver or gap opens in the center of its body. And you see, as soon as that white, scabrous exterior opens, it's just red inside. And a thin little moving red tendril with little nodes or baubles on the end of it just twists in the air. And it turns and instantly begins to rush you. What do you do?
I don't have a choice. I'm going to invoke the prestige and invoke Atia Griffia's soul spirit and trust that this is her realm. She would know what to do here.
Got it. You hear a voice in your mind. Come, child. I am with you. Take it. And go. Now, you have this spirit commingled with yours. You still have to do all these guys. So tell me in this moment, overlapped with Atia Griffia, in a story that you're writing, what would you want to do right now?
Okay, so just to set the scene, there's this thing coming towards, so we're like in is it an enclosed space or like we're in a sort of tunnel and he's in front, so he's already past?
It's not tunnels, it is branches. It's like climbing through endless white tree branches.
And so he's maybe relative safety, I don't know, I don't see him.
He disappeared like 8 seconds ago. He was climbing. Also, you don't hear that language is in the old tongue, but you understand.
What I would want to do, if I could do anything right now, is to like create a spiritual like tube that we are all encased in, so that we could get through this safely. And if there's a way to also quietly exterminate these little funguses, that'd be great. But I would just literally take getting us to safety.
I'm going to work with you on that. Okay. Will you give me a sense roll, please?
Yes. Candela.
Yes, baby. You hold on here and stretch one hand out, and you see your hand, and you see another transparent hand slightly overlapped, and both press forward, and you watch this creature with its little snaking probe go, and it presses back into branches of fungus around it, and another one, as that's happening, comes sneaking around from a different direction, but immediately starts getting shoved back away from you all. You start to climb through. You don't understand what is happening, and all of you climb as fast as you can. Leo, you are arriving. You're almost there, and you can hear this rising noise behind you as everyone moves down through. Eventually, you plop down onto stone. On the other side, you drop out of this growth, and you are standing on a wide precipice in front of this building that now towers high above you. You've made it across. You can hear, as you guys arrive, climbing down out and joining Leo, you can hear in the distance, and looking back across, you can still see what looks like 20 or 30 amassing on the other side and crawling in to that forest and coming.
Okay. Okay.
You turn towards the building, and there are massive doors, double doors, set on this curving exterior of the building.
Where do we go?
Do the doors open?
I think
Do the doors open, or?
Do they?
Well,
They don't open for you like someone's waiting for you.
Yeah, I'm afraid you open that door.
I was going to say, are the sounds coming from inside?
No,
Okay.
Do I have, like, in this
Sorry.
ability, do I have her memories? Am I seeing through her eyes, or is it just kind of like a little bit autopilot?
She is with you.
Okay.
Her voice.
I'm gonna listen to that voice and see if it seems like we're intuiting that safety is beyond those
You
doors.
look at the building, you look at one set of double doors in front of you, and you can see lines. Intricate, curving around, concentric circles, overlapping circles. And you hear, in that old tongue, "We will not bind him. We will break him."
I will help you if I can.
Is that her speaking to her? That's
You don't hear it, but you look at
She gets all the punches.
Grimoria staring at the doors, just... Oh, but unless, I'm sorry. Are you using the prestige?
Yeah.
So you are seeing this translucent double image. And part of the time you can see Grimoria, but part of the time, like a mist moves and swirls around her face, and you can see this much older, tan woman with white hair floating. And it just shifts back and forth, sometimes both.
I hate all of this. Let's see if quietly you take one side, I take the other, just quiet enough for us to get in.
I'm gonna help Leo.
It's like a quiet place.
That will be a strike or a move. I'll let you choose.
I'll do a strike, and I'm gonna burn one.
Okay.
All right. Do you want a drive, or no? Are you all right?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
While they're doing that,
Yes.
can I make a focus roll to quickly see if I can suss out how this thing works? The gun.
Candela.
Yes, baby.
Candela.
That good hand.
Playing those dice with this
Candela.
on the gold.
Candela gilded too.
Okay, so while they're working on the door, you are looking over this glove with this cylinder that you remember from the church. That man drew energy off of Atia Griffia's remains, and it seemed to fill that chamber. There is a little clockwork disc in the hand, a little brass, almost like a bowl shape wheel, and it turns in your hand, and you can feel it still possesses one amount.
One shot.
You believe, because there is as soon as you turn that wheel, that cylinder and all the little lines on it begin to shimmer gently.
Okay.
You guys shove the door, shove this thing, and as your hands slide across it, you see the dust of this that has been here. Who knows? Who knows? Smear away, and you see a metallic sheen of gold uncovered. And then your fingers push in and around, and one big door. And it stops, and you can feel something fighting it. But you flex as hard as you can, and Leo shoves into your hands, and it goes. And there is enough room for each of you, one by one, to slide into this building. You can see these two moving down about 15 feet up from the edge, coming down to the stone. So
As soon as we're in, we're going to start shoving the door right back. Is there anything to keep it from...
We didn't, so what are we locking ourselves in?
It's better in here than out.
you are focusing on the door at the moment, and you can just barely hear. But then nothing. And so you allow yourself to turn and see what fresh hell you have walked into now. It is a wide, expansive space. And you can see from the roof a flow of this growth moving up the walls and out. It is like a wound or just a squinted eye at the top, where all of these stretches of this material meet in the middle, and remembering what you saw outside, you suspect grow up and out. But all the walls, you can still see glimpses of the doors in here, and they're less dust-coated, so you can see glints of gold here and there. But the fungus is everywhere, even down to the floor, and there's just snakes of it further in.
Does this feel like it might have been ground zero for this, with such an intense focus at the top?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll for that. Yes, it seems like in the center of the chamber, about 100 feet away from you, in this big circular hall, is a big mound or hump in the middle.
Oh, shit.
And there's some sort of oblong shape perched on an angle, like some sort of strange melted modern art.
No exits that we can see?
There are other doors. Many of them are
Shuttered with
grown over.
I think that's the root. I think we have to fry the living crap out of it.
Okay. Settle down. With the burning and the destruction, we don't know the effects that will happen. Let's take a minute and figure out where we are and if there's a way out of this room.
Can I like sense? Can I just get a sense of what this is? Like, what is this growth?
Can't see it too well. You're about 100 feet away from it.
But even the ones we've already seen, like, what is it? Like a fungus? Is it just like a unruly magic
you
virus?
see fungus on the ground here, and
Yeah.
it seems to be there's just long snakes of it. I think it's probably coming from the center and out to whatever this thing is in the center.
It's coming from that thing.
Is it possible to walk gingerly, or is there just nowhere to
It's
put your
everywhere,
feet
right?
to find purchase?
You can step amongst it
Okay.
for a while. It does look like the further in you get, the thicker it gets on the ground. But out here, it is splayed with gaps.
And every door is covered with this.
Not every, most.
I want to do a survey and see if I can find a door that's not covered, and see if there's
Well, the one you came in is not covered.
the only one that's not covered.
Make a survey roll. Shit.
I'm a part of resistance.
Why?
Remember, I'm gonna drive.
Okay.
Sorry, resistance.
No.
Sorry, let's drive. You're like, why?
No, I just didn't want you to burn something you didn't have to.
Yeah, no. 5.
5. Malcolm, you take a few steps forward, carefully stepping on stone between these things, and peer out. And it is very dim in here, but you think you do see one, maybe two that don't look too badly covered. You look over your shoulder. Not too dissimilar than the one you came through. That one is maybe the least, but not by much. And peering through, just trying to get a better look. Having spotted those potential exits, you feel a crunch under your foot, and you feel some of this material breaking. and then all around in the chamber.
Oh, shit.
All of you
Oh, no.
smell, taste something sweet. Your eyes start to blur and burn a bit. And this room, which is so pale and white, begins to shift and warm, and your vision swirls in pink and red. It's almost like those vents of extreme heat at the bottom of the ocean, or when you look at a location far off on a hot day and your view moves and shifts. Grimoire, you look around and don't see Leo or Edgar or Malcolm anymore. You are in a sea of crimson.
Can I try to fight that? Since I have a special thing happening? Just try to see if I can hold on to any kind of...
You hear a voice in your ear. Griffia's ancient voice saying, "This is his woe. This is his folly."
How do we fight it? We want to destroy him for you. Every trace.
Come with me. You want to try to do what specifically? I know that you want Tia to help you.
I want to know so many things. I want to know what it is that we're doing here and what she wants us to do, because this is her realm. So if she can give us a directive, then I will do everything to do that and also protect my friends from, getting more hurt.
Okay.
Like
I'm still gonna tie it to dice.
Yeah, that's great.
Make a sense roll.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of tell us what to do here. Ah, fuck. Go on the gilded. Fucking Candela.
Yes.
I swear, and this was a fucking 3, man, and a 2.
You turn from side to side. You look behind you. You don't even see the doors you came in. It looks like an endless landscape of fuchsia, and you reach your hand out, and your hand, Grimoire, is curving impossibly and bending and almost like it's melting in front of you. But then in the distance, in this desert, far off you see a darker shape jutting up to the side. He almost wiped us out once, and now he will do it again. Leo, friends are not around you. Your pain is gone. Your arms are just gyrating and floating in space. You see the red nothingness start to move and swirl, some sort of shape, transparent, taking place off in the distance. It is large. You have to tilt your head back, which then begins to curve too far to look at it, and it looks so huge. you see nearly invisible. You just see the, like steam or particulates, stuff moving and floating out of the way as you see the shape of one massive leg. This being, transparent as it is, silently turns to you, and you see its surroundings invisibly float up and out and wide. Jets of heat, like massive wings. And this being regards you as it moves slowly towards you. What do you do, Leo?
Am I floating?
You look down, and you don't see any ground. Your feet just step and step, like you're doing water ballet. Your body twisting in strange, rounded movements.
Focus. I briefly close my eyes, and I tick, 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 tick. I know where I am. I'm where I'm always. I'm in a room with a clock. It's where I am. It's where I'm always. I'm in a room with a clock.
It doesn't hurt, but you can feel your ribs slowly twisting and moving. You can see under your flesh when you look at your arms and pull your shirt open. Your innards are moving in rhythmic little patterns inside. What are you trying to do here, Leo? Your fingers are bending and moving and growing. 6 inches, 12 inches.
I survived the clock. I know time. I'm always time. I know when I am. I know what I am. I can look in the mirror and I know what I am.
Do you know what you want to do, Leo?
Yes.
Then do it.
I breathe, and I pull myself into myself, and I race towards whatever feels like Remoria and Edgar and my friends. I'm time. I move through time.
Make a survey roll.
I'll let it drive.
Can we help?
No. Not at this moment.
Because we can't hear any of
I
that.
have no idea.
Don't forget we got this.
Yeah, I'll take one of those.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's 1, 2. Wow.
Please tell me there's a Candela.
That's a 1. That's a 1.
Oh, no.
That's a 1 and a Candela.
Yeah.
You!
Oh, my God.
Oh, good. I needed that resistance.
Candela on the guild?
Yeah.
Oh, you get that back, baby.
You swim through this sea of crimson, your body twisting and curling impossibly. You can feel your heart beating rhythmically. You feel hard mechanical parts inside it. And behind this moving, melting mask that is your face, and you swim and swim, and it all fades just a little bit, and the color dims just a little bit, and you can see a strange, massive shape about 60 feet away from you. You see all of your friends facing different directions. Malcolm is staring upward. Edgar is just looking at his own hand. And you see Grimoria staring at that large shape in the center of the chamber.
God damn it.
I told you we should have burned that shit. Didn't I say burn it?
You move closer to her. You close the gap. You look to your side and see Leo melting out of nothingness into being. Put a pin in it, you two. Malcolm, what are you doing? You feel your whole body curving like a serpent's. It feels like your head will just keep going and eventually form a circle, your body just spiraling in space.
I need to snap myself out of it. Obviously, I'm in a trance. I know this is enough not to be reality. I've dabbled with psychedelics before, and this does not feel like reality to me. So I need to jar myself out of the trance. I need to figure it out. Do I have my lamp by me? Is there anything hot?
If you want to find your lamp right now, that is going to be the subject of your action here.
I want to get
body
to, you know what? I want to get
like spaghetti.
I want to, first of all, my main thing is to slap myself out of the trance. I want to get Edgar's thing off his wrist, and I want to burn the shit out of that middle freaking, I want to rip it off his wrist, and I want to burn that thing in the middle of the thing, because I think that's the source of what's going on. But I need to get out of this trance first.
So make a sense roll to reveal.
Fuck. All right, I'm burning both drives.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use Candela.
Sorry, I got ahead of it. I'm sorry. That's your moment. That was your moment. I'm sorry.
Candela.
Truth. No. You talk yourself down from this. You have been in hell. Like then. Now you hear impacts of ordnance striking the ground, exploding. You hear the sound of bullets. People screaming in the distance. And it melts away like a painting. Just draining into the ground. And for a moment you see not the pink haze, but dust in the air. And a massive form moving through the cloud in here with you. It is so massive. But there is Edgar staring at his hand, and Leo and Grimoria together. You feel a burning behind your eyes. The gravity of the situation cuts through your detached reality. What is it you want to do now?
When I look around, you're saying there's something pulsating, where it looks like it's the root. There's something pulsating in the middle of the room.
You can just barely make out these tendrils of fungus stretching into the center of the chamber in some large, humped shape 70 or 80 feet away from you.
I want to run, and I'm going to throw my lantern at it. I want to test my hypothesis before I rip the gun off of Edgar, because I don't know if that's going to work, and we might need it.
Got it.
I want to run. I want to throw my lantern right at that mound, and see what it does. I'm going to take a freaking Hail Mary.
Good. I want to see that, but getting out of the haze was your share for the moment, so hold that thought. Edgar,
Gotta keep it together.
your hand is stretching apart. There are holes in it. You look down at your side, and there are hands extending out of your ribs, your own body, clutching at your flesh, pulling at you, trying to grasp your clothes and drag them into your own body. What do you want to do in this moment, Edgar?
I look down at my hand. Oh no, I'm still standing in the room. This is the effect of the fungus. There's too much of it, it's overwhelming my senses, but I'm still in that room. The real world still exists. There is a thing in the center of this room.
Your thoughts bubble around you, echoing, muted, coming into razor-sharp clarity, then fading like they're buried under the earth.
There was a thing in the center of the room. I need to find the center of the room. I need to shoot the center of the room. I use this in the center of the room. I'm gonna shoot the center of the room.
Make a survey roll to find the center of anything right now.
Critical.
2 Candela.
6s.
Double Candela.
Double Candela.
You better freaking shoot to win.
You better work, baby. You better work it.
You watch the hands suck into your body.
No.
One of them splays outward and is so clearly a young and feminine arm, and it sinks down and in to your guts.
Not here! You're dead.
The color mutes to a degree, and you can see you're facing one of these overgrown doors. It still stretches and twists in your vision. You turn away from it, and you see the tableau behind you, 70 or 80 feet away. This mound of material, this thing. You see Malcolm a distance away, staring at it intently. Grimoria and Leo are close together, staring into each other's eyes. Glazed looks on their faces. You have found your target. The being begins to stride through the chamber. Again, it is not corporeal, it is a ghost of itself. You hear a voice inside your ear. It comes.
Can I talk back to it?
Quickly, what do you tell?
I'm gonna say Atia. Atia. Calanus has no new power here. These are all relics of a past long gone. He is not here, but you are here. He shot his shot. You're just loading your gun. We have all the power here.
Its massive wings flare out almost to the edges of this chamber. Pull back. And close in your direction. Make a sense roll for me, please. You feel an ocean of force buffeting past you, Atia, and you shifting and shaking in the heat of it.
Can
You
I
feel
store now?
thousands of souls appearing like a multitude in this chamber with you, and they are moving fast past you. Make your roll. You will follow up.
Let's do it. Yes! Ah! Oh, fuck.
He's not here, bitch. You're here.
That second skin of Griffia moves forward and out, and now you see her shifting in the heat ahead of you, and her hands splay wide, and you see thousands of transparent lives break and wash past you. You and she, you at her back. The Red Sea parting around you. And you hear her voice. Not then. Not now. Leo.
Yes.
I can fight back, baby.
What do you do?
Do I see this?
For the moment, you do.
I am just going to walk over to Grimoria, and I'm going to place my hands on her shoulders, and I'm going to steady her towards all this. And hold on.
Your hands reach out. You don't feel any sensation as your hands touch her. You see this. He's suddenly there in this place. And his hands start to spread and melt with your arms. His arm and yours start to ring and intertwine, spaghettifying in space between you. But you hear him, his face. I'm here. Malcolm.
You're tracking on some good shit, man. I wish I had some of that.
Pretend.
I'm gonna throw ta-ta my fucking lantern right at that ass. That's what I want to do straight up.
Make a move. Make a move roll, Malcolm.
Go for it. Throw ta-ta, baby. It's right. I'm burning 2 drives on this bitch right here.
Wow.
Burning 2 drives. You don't tell me throw ta-ta. How dare you? I'm gonna freaking 4, right? Yes, 4. All right, sweet. No, is that 3? That's 3. All right, baby. 5 gilded. So I won't get too messed up.
You run through this space, your limbs just stretching out. It is more the will to move through this place that propels you. You don't feel any pain, any stress, any struggle. You just glide through this space, and you feel the lamp in your hand, and it is twisting and curving, moving. It's fire, moving like electrons in a little circle inside. I need you to make a strike roll. You got there.
No,
You got
that was
there.
a strike.
This is your complication on a mixed
Watch, I'm burning
success.
the drive on this.
We can't help, right?
He is 80 feet away, and he sees a lantern that is...
I'm burning 2 drives on it.
Oh.
Nope, that was not.
That was not
That
it.
was a drop. Candela gilded.
Somebody's got to get this guy some new dice.
I'm just sorry that I keep gasping in the wrong moment.
Holy shit.
Which hand was holding that lantern, by the way?
It was my my good hand.
Yes. Yes.
And it has a little extra oomphy on it because it's freaking a little robotic.
You think your hand to release, and the hand expands and grows wide, like a massive creature's wing, but metallic. You can see the joints and hinges growing and bending, and that lantern, like a nebula, you see flame erupt like 1,000 molten droplets in space with no gravity. And one end of this growth begins to char.
That is something to you, baby. It's lovely. I like that. What's Edgar doing right now? Is he still entranced?
That's a good question.
He was about to do something?
I can see the room.
For the moment, you can.
For the moment I can. Did I see him throw the lantern?
I will say in this moment you did.
Edgar has a brief panic. Well, he thinks about the fact that the room is full of particles and spores, and that this could erupt into a huge fireball if that breaks. Holds his breath. It doesn't. Points out the gun. The glove.
I need you to make a strike roll.
Strike roll.
Because this is not the human anatomy. And you are not seeing perfectly well.
He has precision, doesn't he? Precision anatomy?
For strike rolls, I can roll focus. But this is not that kind of a thing.
Read out the full text for me.
When you know where the body is most vulnerable when attacking an enemy, which I am not doing.
You are attacking him.
I would take that to be being a surgeon. I'm probably gonna need somebody to fly in some water. You're a surgeon, so you understand the human body and where to cut it. You are looking at something that looks like a giant rotting lima bean in the center of this place.
And I'm going to.
Can I eat him at anything?
You're too far apart
Let
at
me
this
just do
point.
this.
You ran up and got close. Edgar is firing from a distance.
3.
Edgar, this hand stretches out in front of you, and you watch its metal and leather and bronze melt and share colors. The world around you flares red again, and you see an eruption of green that sprays outward impossibly. And in the distance you see in waves of red an invisible shape, one of these thousands of souls flooding this space, darken into a shadow, and color bleeds up into it, and wavering 50 feet ahead of you, you see your sister walking towards you, arms outstretched, inviting you.
Oh, hell no.
She's crying. You hear her voice there, behind you, inside. Ah, Eddie. It's okay.
It's not you. It's not you.
I'm gonna ask you to make one more roll. Let's make this one a sense roll.
Okay. Five.
You breathe. You breathe. It can't be her. It can't be her. It makes no sense. And yet... No, but what if... But... And you begin to run towards her. You're running through this space. You know it is foolish. You know that this will end you, Edgar. It can't be her, and you don't care. And you get about 7 or 8 more steps through this place to her. And skid out, sliding. And your hands splay wide and spaghettify off in different directions as you try to grip the air. And her vision just melts in front of you. And you find yourself staring at a porous surface 6 inches in front of you. White with streaks of red and pink through it, and you can see this close, everything moving with little holes, little pores all over this hulking thing that you are now standing at the foot of.
How far away is he from me?
From you? 40 feet. You two are together. The creature is now moving.
Oh, dude, I want to run towards that creature. I want to run towards Edgar, knock him out the way, knock him out the side. Here's what I want to do.
Yes.
I want to run towards Edgar, snap him out of his trance, rip the glove off, and try to fry the shit myself. That's what I want to do. So we can do a move, and then we can do another move, and then I can do a shoot.
That sounded like 3 things.
That's no, I mean, I see no other way out of this. They're enthralled. Big things coming towards him. He's getting sucked in. He needs to snap out.
You try to get him away. I think, let's start with getting him.
Maybe I should shoot him in the leg.
Ooh.
Because I have my gun with me.
Go for it.
If I can't.
It's up to you.
If I can't get him out, I'm gonna run towards him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna run because I'm gonna need that thing anyway. All right, I'm gonna do a move.
Okay.
I'm gonna burn a drive. I'm gonna give me 3.
Your vision is getting redder by the second.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. I'm
isn't
looking
fun
right
anymore.
at. Oh, it's fun for me. Oh, it's fun for me. We're gonna make it out.
Well, we still got 2 more moves left, so.
Can I help? Like maybe while he's doing that.
So, Malcolm, with a success, you slide through the space and get to Edgar just as your vision is starting to cloud with red. The detail you saw until now is vanishing, and your hands mesh with Edgar's chest, and you see hands again, Edgar, hands, and you shove him back, and you just feel yourself.
Do I see the hands attached from anything? Like, are they coming from something?
No, the 3, no. And you get shoved backward, floating through space. I will say that you managed to drag that glove off of us. He goes.
If I feel
Yes.
something pulling on me,
Yes.
trying to remove this thing that is the
Yes.
most important thing in the world to me,
Mm-hmm. You want to contest it?
I'm contesting by pulling that gun and firing.
Why?
Because I don't see you.
Oh my God.
I see monsters.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Well, make a. I will say you can make focus with this because there are hands involved.
This is how the other group died, by the way.
Oh, wow.
They had hallucinations
Of course they did.
that they were attacking, and that's it.
4.
Say bye to your foot.
Well, thanks for my flesh wound. He's like, flesh wound, no. Kidney shot, yes.
Mixed success. Which side the success and which side the failure? And your goal by shooting is to hold on to the glove?
My goal is to use this to
Stop.
stop whatever's happening.
Okay. Okay. I think I know how to weigh in on this one. So you see hands appear out of nowhere, grasping at your body, and you pull out a gun which bends like a cartoon as it comes up.
These are not your hands. You don't exist anymore. You only exist in me.
You can just tell you're pulling a trigger and your whole hand ripples like an eruption in water. You across the space in this moment see droplets of blood fly backward out of Malcolm's body. I'm going to say gut.
Oh, man, the worst shot.
And you will take a body, and it just splays out and floats in space, moving behind him. Malcolm, you feel no pain. However,
I'm getting weak.
It was a mixed success. So you see Edgar go floating backward from you, and space pulses and ripples between you. And you don't feel anything but a little sphere bending of darkest red floats by your eye, and you look down, and you can see a shifting and twisting open cavity in your gut as balls of blood just float up and out. And while it doesn't hurt, the fact that you acknowledge that you have been gut shot and feel nothing is terrifying. And you take a brain. Now, I believe that's 4 brain marks for you.
That is a scar. That's my 3rd scar.
Now let me explain something. Ordinarily, if you take 4 marks and get a scar in the middle of an encounter or a heated moment, you're down. But in this instance, in these circumstances, now that you have taken a scar from brain, Malcolm is mine.
Great.
Oh boy.
All right.
Can I have a go?
Yes, absolutely. Anyone who wants to jump in, please do.
Okay, I really feel that I have, I feel Atia, I feel like I think she understands. She's here now.
Yes.
Her power is present.
Yes.
And with that, I would like to strike.
She acts with you.
Yes, I would like to strike the thing that we're guessing is the source of this mass hallucination.
Yes.
So I'll do that. And I'm gonna burn a drive.
This will be sense.
Oh, great.
2 mouths with Atia.
Better. Okay.
That's right, because you're not using your physical for that.
Okay, right. Okay.
You want that?
The extra.
You want the extra? You want the extra? That
Sure.
extra love you?
If we all agree?
Stop helping each other.
So at this point, what does this mean? It's just an extra die. This is just an extra die.
He tried to
I'm going to, for this, I'm going to attempt to just be as much of a psychedelic flesh shield at this point. I'm just trying to pay attention all around.
So your primary goal in your fever dream is to protect your dear friend.
Yes.
Understood.
So do I get an extra, or is it a drive or no?
This might be for later. Just
okay.
Putting that out there.
Great. So I'm gonna also spend a drive so I can get a 5, and then pray.
Let's do this. Try that car, baby.
Candela Gilded, baby.
So tasty.
Man.
Kentucky Fried Gilded.
Man, I meant for this to be so much worse for you guys.
It's early.
A few steps striding forward, and Leo, you float along hovering like a ghost beside her, and you see blue and white robes trailing behind her. Grimoria grows another foot in space. Her toes are not touching anything. She just touches down briefly, like she's walking on pink water. and 4 arms, 2 that are Grimoria's and 2 that are Atia's, splay outward, almost matching the massive wings of this thing. And they splay out. And all 4 hands come together and clap. And you see a ripple that extends out like a shockwave through this entire space. And you see the contours of thousands of people suddenly glimmer into existence like translucent mannequins, twisting and bending and then vanish again. And that shockwave slams in to this massive, I'll say it, chrysalis sitting in the chamber. You see a burst out of the side, which again floats up and out. You can see long, white, bone-like fingers stretched out of this thing. Leo, you see Malcolm running at you. Gun aimed at your face. It twists in a spiral towards you. What do you do?
Oh, man.
What can I do? I am... How close is he to me?
Well, it's hard to judge measurements in
I
this
want to
space.
aid, I want to aid in his movement. I want to give him a drive because I can fight it. I can still fight that. So if I can fight it,
You're mine.
oh shit,
You're down.
Damn it.
You're out of the scene.
Damn it.
Malcolm is mine.
Heads down, 7 up.
It's upside up.
Yeah, heads up.
Declan Murphy. The Circle of the Worm. Malcolm Trills.
I don't.
He looks like 2 grand dining room tables away.
I am going to try and move and tackle as best I can.
I can help you, I think, because we're one, right?
You're a little busy, but
I'll give you, like, a drive.
Well, what are you doing? You're making a movement?
I'm
You're trying to...
If he's charging, I'm going to try and... Oh,
Just tell me in story-wise, and I'll tell you what to roll. How about that?
I'm going to try and entangle myself with him. I'm going to try and pull him down with the mess that is mine, but especially I feel like I have some control with the clock. As long as I keep thinking about the clock, I feel like I have some control. And I'm going to ensnare.
It's bringing time back into your life. You see him step with every clockwork rotation and tick. Why don't you make for me strike?
You can take one of mine. I can push him out.
Do you have any drives to share in nerve?
I do.
Then share
Yes.
I will take that drive, and I will burn one of my drives as well. So, hold on. So that's... taking a drive. Okay, that's where I'm at. Better than nothing.
Come on, old chum. Yeah.
Candela.
Malcolm laughs from the ether.
Right.
Malcolm comes running, and this melting revolver in his hand, you see in slow motion as the clock goes tick. You see that shockwave coming. But Grimoria's hand and Atia's are there, splaying wide, and a torrent of heat and wave. And you watch as that bubble of shockwave gets off to the side. And you receive Malcolm in your arms. undulate around him until they are hard to make out. And your chest presses in to his, and you feel his heart beating with yours. In a knot on the floor. What you doing?
As I float back.
Truth. Sir. The invisible giant. The angel.
I start reciting in my head
Bends low.
all of the bones in the human body and where they connect and the exact positions in which they connect in order to form myself into a solid piece. You don't exist.
Let's make a sense roll. You are in a hallucination. I can't think what else to do.
4.
4. This massive angel is bent down over its prize. Its heart. Hands. Insect-like, stretching out.
Let's give this another shot. If you're listening, why don't you help me this time? And I hold out my hand above one of the hands on my body and wait for her to reach out.
Wait for your sister to reach out.
And then fire the gun again. I have no idea if it's charged. I don't even know if I fired it the first time.
Okay. I didn't get to the complication from your mixed success.
Go ahead.
No, I like this.
Okay.
This is a high stakes roll.
Great.
Can anyone help?
No. So don't fuck it up.
Damn it.
All right.
That hand glides around in a spiral, and you feel it. Hold yours and lift. And you hear in your ear as your finger presses, and you can feel like rubber, this in your hand. I love you. Roll.
You too. What am I rolling?
You're firing. Clarify for me, because I'm in a fever dream here too.
I'm pulling the trigger of the glove again.
The glove.
No idea if it's charged or not.
Right. Roll.
Am I rolling?
Sense.
Sense, okay.
Sense.
Five.
And you're aiming
For the center mass again.
for the center mass.
The chrysalis.
Okay. So a mixed success. Between you and this massive target, you see viscera and blood bursts out and floats all around you. You hear a massive roar in the room. And then it doesn't hurt, because nothing here hurts. But a hand, another one, wrapping all around your body. Grimoria, you're the only one who sees it. A large white hand grasping Edgar and pulling him in to this bloodied, leaking mess. Edgar, you feel all over your body, your face, your chest, your arm. It doesn't hurt. It's more of a 1,000 little tickles, like if you've ever gone swimming and you feel fish nibbling at your body.
I'm still holding the hand where her hand was.
It's actually here now.
Thank you for staying with me for so long.
It's all right. It's all right.
It's all right.
And that hand drags him in, and you watch as he melts into this wounded elder thing. And his face starts to mesh with what's in front of him, and his head disappears. And then yanks back like a swimmer out of the water. Behind him.
So he's out of it? It was like a contact, and then he's...
Slowly, Edgar turns around. The angel behind him fades. And hundreds of little holes open up all over Edgar's body. He hovers higher into the air, and you see wings peel, break out of his back. And he begins to hover towards you. I know. What are you doing with Malcolm?
Am I aware of any of this happening?
No.
Okay.
Hands are wrapping around your neck. It doesn't hurt, but you are seeing Malcolm's fingers, both flesh and metallic, like noose.
I see the metallic hand.
Yes.
He's a clock. I'm going to go into the hand and attempt to open it up and close him the way the clock closed. I'm going to stop the clock.
Yes. I would like you to make... I know what I want. Now, what roll will I have you make? I would like you to make... It can be strike or control. Not your forte.
They're both terrible. I was really hoping I could go intellectual on this, but since this is just memory and physicality, it's not...
You're dealing with Play-Doh.
Yeah, I was... Yeah.
Both your mind and your friend.
Hoping for a focus, but I'll take what I can get.
I know.
Strike or control?
Or control.
They're both the same, so I'll burn.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
Tell you what. I'll let you make a focus.
You'll let me take a focus?
Yeah, is that any better?
Much better. But that might not be what you want. So,
it is a high-stakes roll.
Yeah, then yes, please. Focus.
As you try to, I think, as you have this thought to stop his clock, you simultaneously try to shake off what you know cannot be real, even though it feels weirdly good.
4.
Your hands intertangle with Malcolm's snaking fingers. Your hand and his wreath around each other like a serpent, metal, and your flesh. And it, like that cobra, digs into the gaping wound in his gut, and you feel no pain as that serpent winds its way up the gears of the clock. You feel every angle, every wheel, every vibration, and you feel the heart of that clock. beating in your hand. And his gut gushes out in a blanket all around you. And as you smile, looking at the show, you feel in your own gut, you feel no pain, but you take a body. Grimoria.
Grimoria sees all of the souls that have rippled, and she's caught sight of them. And as Tia sees them too, and I don't know if this is possible, but she's such a powerful sorceress alchemist. Is there a way to harness and summon all of the thousands of spirits that are around to try to fight this thing in a similar way that she did right before she died?
Yes, you can try this. You behind Edgar, hovering in this space, you see the crystals wilting, and there is a spindly alien infant slowly melting into what looks like pus, the form going as he approaches, and you hear her voice in your ear. Now, he is bare. Now is the time. Take him. I need you to make the sense roll.
Okay, I'm gonna...
We rolled all the dice, god damn it.
I'm gonna burn a drive, and I still got these two.
I'm like, I'm gussed out.
5 on the gilded.
5 on the gilded.
It's better than 4.
It's better than 4.
He is there so fast, and you feel his hands, multiple hands, moving up, grabbing your face, 7, 8 of them holding you in place. You hear Atia's voice. Now. And you open yourself to her, and every soul in this place, and you feel gravity, you feel movement. All of the lost souls in this place twist and pull into you. You take a body, you take a brain, you take a bleed.
Jesus. Oh, poor baby girl. Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna go. She's gonna go in a blaze of glory.
Let's just all go out.
And you feel Atia's hands on the back of yours. And you watch as rivulets of heat and energy move from your hands in to your friend's face. You watch his eyes, his head getting dug away, and balls of fluid just leaving. You can see his skeleton like rubber, all of it going, the hands pulling free of your face. You both drop down, you and Edgar, and Atia, like she's holding you from behind. End it.
How would I do that?
Shoot the thing in the middle of the floor.
Tell me. Don't roll a die. You tell me how you defeated my monster.
I think because there are so many souls that are lost, and I, Grimoria, thought they were powerless, but actually they're not powerless. They're a source of power, and maybe I don't know how to put them to peace, but we can all combine for the greater good of something. And I think in the same way that Atia, thousands of years before, right before her death and her last great act of sacrifice, essentially ignited a sort of nuclear power to make sure that his power didn't get any bigger than that. It's the same thing. I think it looks the same. And I think Grimoria's come to terms with what that might mean for her. But however you want to paint that picture, but I think essentially it's like when she was standing on top of that island and all of these like ancient Oldfaire soldiers were charging at her, and she just muscled every ounce of power around her to just end it.
Nearly 2,000 years apart. Oldfaire and Newfaire align. Atia Griffia destroying what an emperor sought. Poisoning her own body, which survived through centuries, only to spill before your feet and bring you two together to finish this thing held in this place, deep in the center of the earth. Calanis is undone. Another wave stretches out from you. Edgar's body hits the ground. Red, pink fuchsia bleeding away. He lies on the ground, dying in front of you. Off behind you, you see Leo. Gotcha. Crawling. Confused. Through the growth. And Malcolm, lying lifeless and still. His eyes glazed, facing the ceiling. You hold Edgar's hand. One more hand holding Edgar. One more hand. And he eventually goes. Still. Thousands in here. Thousands of souls. Who were they? You couldn't know them all. They surround the two of you. The four of you. Facing in to the center of this chamber. And gently drift away en masse. You can feel their freedom. You can't help but wonder how long, how hard their imprisonment here was. Moments pass. Leo, your senses come to you to a degree. You feel pain, serious pain, in your gut as you press your hand to your wound and drag yourself to your friend and see that where there were 4, there are now 2.
We have to leave. It's time to go.
Okay.
One question before we leave. Are you saying goodbye to Malcolm and to Edgar here?
I would rather not. Are they dead? Are they gone?
Yes.
Do we know a way that we can get him out?
It will be difficult. You could maybe return, but there is a broken bridge and an upside-down forest to move through.
Can I sense if their spirits are still here, or have they gone with the rest of them?
Make a sense roll.
Candela on the Gilded. Swear to God.
Take Malcolm with you.
You look up at the surroundings here, trying to feel them, trying to find them. And you see 2 soul transparent forms standing by the door you entered by. And they turn toward each other. Like smoke against the door. You feel their freedom.
I'm sorry. I think we gotta go.
Gotta go.
With some great difficulty, you climb your way across this cavern. You spend an entire day resting in the vault. You risk moving across that drop. Easier on the way out than on the way in. Slowly, slowly, slowly. 4 days later, you limp your way to the streets of Oldfaire and climb stairs, moving up, around a tall ruin. You help your friend up onto scaffolding and climb up into a brownstone. And take a moment to look at the photograph of the circle of the worm pinned to the wall. Leo gets you a taxi. A rarity. But not for someone with your coffers. And you step out on the curb in front of the endless well. And climb a single set of stairs. And find yourselves together. Alone. The crimson mirror. Reflecting your grief and your relief. As your looking at your friend doze slightly on his seat here in his room where you've met so many times, you notice a little envelope sitting on the silver tray on that small wooden table, sitting by the door to the fourth Pharaohs. It has your name on it. Why don't you read that out for the table's benefit?
Grimoria, apologies for having this delivered post-mortem, but you would have argued I'd rather just skip to the part where I'm right. Family is a rather touchy subject for both of us. While I've made peace with my situation a long time ago, I still miss feeling of legacy a family provides. I'm hoping you will allow me this continuity. The apartment, its contents, and my personal accounts are yours. It's not a fortune, but it is more than enough to be quite comfortable for a long while, even by my standards. Keep it or let it go at your discretion, but know that it is a great gift to me knowing that they will be yours. You'll find all necessary papers and instructions in the bottom left drawer of the vanity. I have every faith you will find a life that honors me, your parents, and yourself. With my eternal gratitude, Leo.
He's sleeping quietly on the couch. Tuck him in there and let him sleep. It's been hard. The circle was broken. 2 is not a circle. And I know that is painful. But you know you stopped something far worse than individual heartbreak. You also know the world deserves better. And Tottergrass, West Eklund, your home, mine, for every person under the sun. That's where we'll end our story tonight. Well, that's not how I thought it would go. And that was heartbreaking.
Oh.
But also very brave. And magic. Thank you for helping me find magic in the dark.
Thank you for showing us that wonderfully horrible story.
Like only Liam O'Brien could.
Sorry.
No, it was great.
Good job, man.
Well, I hope you guys all enjoyed as well. The story may have been terrifying, but I was terrified too. Go down this descent beneath Oldfaire. I just thought you four were wonderful to be at the table with. Thank you very much. Why don't you please, as we fade out for the night, drift away like so many souls. Remind everyone at home who you really are and who you were here.
My name is Alexander Ward, and I am a bit of a mess. I played Dr. Edgar Lycoris.
I'm Aimee Carrero, and I played Grimoria, aka Alma Latugo.
My name is Imari Williams, and I play Malcolm Trills.
My name is Taliesin Jaffe, but most of the time I'm the Amicus. I live here. So.
To our deceased, you went down gloriously. Thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice.
I wanted nothing more.
I know.
All right, guys. We'll see you later for more sad tales and hopefully some sunnier ones as well.